Yes, we're live. Great. The best time of the day. Yeah, not your job, not your wife, not your kids, not your flat screen TV. No, Unstoppable Stiletti's Wars of Liberty live stream. Yeah, the only reason you get up in the morning, I bet. Yep, well, I'm going to deliver you some great castings today, as always. So, before we do that, first thing we gotta do, we got to share the stream link with all the Discord servers that are interested in Wars of Liberty stuffs, which, I think is everybody in the neighborhood. I mean, I would be very upset and shocked if, an AWE server said, no, we don't like Wars of Liberty that much. We'd prefer, Definitive Edition, something weird and not bad, but yeah, lesser something than that. Yeah, definitely. I mean, Wars of Liberty has just about everything you got in DE and then some. We got tanks, we got airplanes, zeppelins, we got Pokemon maps, trademarked by Nintendo, of course. Trademarked by Nintendo, of course. Yeah, I'm surprised Nintendo never went after them about the Pokeball map that they have in their mod. They will probably someday, though, and they'll turn into World War III. Yeah. Japan starts rolling down all their tanks to the Wars of Liberty home office. You will get rid of your Wars of Liberty's Pokeball map critique right now, or else. Yeah. Just like they do with every other mod that has Nintendo content, just about. So, yeah. Yep, I'm going to start sharing those linkies right now. I'll start from top to bottom this time, because it's easier for me to read. Let me do that. I will start here, and here. I'm looking for this one. And let me see the next one I'm going to do. Here we go. Here. Yep, that one. This one. Yeah. And this one. And what's the next one we can do? This one probably. And where else can we share the linky? And share it here in the Chilean server, of course. Juanito en vivo. Juanito en vivo. Juanito en vivo. Yep. Then this one. Let me see. Where is the Z channel we're gonna do? Right over here. Yep. That one. And this one. Wars of Liberty server, probably the most important one to do. Let me see here. This one. Yep. And where else? Where else can we go? Probably here. Nope, down here. Definitely here. And here. Yeah, I think we should be good for now. Unless... I will put that... Yep, right here. I think we're good. How are you today, though? Are you good? Are you doing fine? Hopefully you are. It's looking like a wonderful Thursday evening, as it's going to be soon here. I'm actually going to turn the light on right now in my room area, so we don't have to do that while I'm casting, alright? Let me go do that. give you some time for people to join, and then we can begin casting our many games today. We'll have to count up how many games we got exactly, too, so we know what we're doing today. Well, here we am. Got the light on, so we're set for later. Now, how many games we got today? That's what I want to know. We will look from bottom to top and see what, or actually top to bottom. That might be easier. So we got some overflow from last week and some more stuff for this week. So we got uno, dos, we got tres, and la cuatro, and we got cinco, Juanito cinco, and we got seis, and we got siete, we got ocho, and we got nueve, we got diez, and then we got an once, we got a doce, and we got a trece. And you're more than free to send your games as well to the Rec Games channel and the Wars of Liberty multiplayer Discord server if you want to have your games done as well. You know, you can send them in any time between now and end of stream, and I will cover those as well for you. You know, we got plenty of wiggle room to work with there. So feel free to do it. Yep, I'm just going to copy these into my documents directory right now so we can work on those right away. Start grinding through them tonight. Alright, Unstoppable from Tovix. Very creative name, Unstoppable Redcoats. Oh yeah, a lot of fun names we're going to have tonight. Okay, so what we're going to do now is I am going to go into the, scenario, the recorded games section here, and just make sure that they're all here. Yep, got everything. Perfect. And where are we at? About 8 minutes in? What, do I usually start games around the 10 minute mark, right? So I'll give everybody about 2 minutes to join. You know, so they don't have to rewind later. But if they do, of course, these streams are always archived. You know, they're always saved. So even if you can't see the whole thing now, you can come back and watch it later, too. You know, because not everybody has about 7 to 8 hours to spend to watch a stream. I get that, but if you do have time to, it's awesome. Keep some company, but if you can't, it's alright too. Just spend those 7 hours later, I guess. Whenever you got time, yeah. Definitely. These are probably one of my most favorite things to do on the channel, is just casting all these games for you. It's a great way to talk directly to you about Wars of Liberty and just general stuff, you know. It's fun, it's enjoyable, it's pleasurable. So yeah, it's an honor to be here for you. So, yep, 1 more minute, and I will start to look for which game we're going to do first right now. I believe it's called 3 versus 2. So I'm going to have to go all the way down here to, I believe, this one. Or this one. I actually downloaded it last week since it's overflow from last week. So, yeah, I could probably do either of these files, honestly. Doesn't matter. If one of them crashes, I'll try the other one. Not that it will, you know, probably be alright, I think. Yeah. I got a lot of recordings here. A lot of them. I got stuff from the old Chorizo League. You remember this stuff? You remember when I literally used World War I Great War Age in a Liga game? Yeah, exactly. That was a long time ago. Well, not that long ago, but, you know, mod was certainly a very different one back then in terms of balance and everything. Yeah. Argentina was still pretty poor at a lot of stuff, and you know how it is. All right, 10 minutes is up. Let's get into here right now and see what this game is all about. Looking forward to it. Should be very fun indeed. Yep. Should be very fun indeed, actually. All right, here we go. So, who do we got here? So, we got Jesus Cristo and Kapi teaming up against Lars, Pablo, and Akimoran. A real 2 versus 3. As you know, Maycoffer, otherwise known as Cap, and Jesus Cristo are very seasoned Wars Liberty players. They're some of the best players we got. So, they're going to take on a bunch of Juanitos Nuevos, basically, and see if they could beat them with outnumbered population, pretty much, you know. In the normal circumstance, this can be pretty dicey since your enemies are clearly going to have 600 population and you a mere 400 pop, just about. But we'll see. We'll see how this turns out. Map appears to be the Great Plains, not the High Plains, but the Great Plains, because yeah, I guess they want to do the Great Plains here. It's a good map either way, you know. You got some decent natives here. You got Comanche and Cheyenne. You got the trade route down here. You got a lot of hunts here, too. You just have to embark out into the Great Plains and not get raided. You know, which will definitely be much more of a challenge for these guys since there's a lot less defense between the two that they're going to be able to work with here. So this should be interesting. Yeah. What are the civs? So we got a Kapi here with Germany. This is basically Definitive Edition British. You got the Mareboom, you got Royal Guard Musketeers or Line Infantry, and then you got the Royal Guard Hussars. You got Krupp factories that can all produce artillery for free. And then on the other side, you got Jesus Cristo using the Austro-Hungarians. These are basically your Definitive Edition Germans, though with a lot of modifications to them. Big idea is cards deliver free hussars, settler shipments deliver larger volumes of villagers, relevant to the age that the card is in, basically, and then some. So, yeah, instead of 3 settlers, you got 4 settlers. Instead of, like, I think, like the normal 5 settler card, you got 6 settlers, and yeah, it's pretty good. And then you got, like, a really big shipment in age, 4, I believe, of, like, 14 settlers or something crazy like that. So, yeah, a lot of free stuff. In addition, the Royal Guard upgrades come in age 3 instead of age 2, so you end up paying about 400 res for your line infantry and your hussars. So pretty close to the Germans in that sense. 2 very good, strong line infantry and hussar civs, really. So they'll synergize pretty well with each other if they decide to go with one thing. But also, Austro-Hungary gets some pretty good grenadiers and skirms as well, you know, if they want to do that. Yeah, basically. So, what's the enemy team doing? Because this is going to tell how easy this is going to be or not. We got a Korea, we got a Danish, and we got a Chile. Now, Danish could be considered a team civ, because they get a lot of team cards. So, let's look at their deck right now. One thing you gotta know with Danish is they get XP crates at the start of their match that amounts to 1 shipment. So they've already sent a shipment of some kind. Based on what I see here, they have either sent an Ox card or 2 settlers to themselves, because these are infinite shipments. It looks like they actually got just 2 settlers for themselves, but they also have team cards and Furrier to help everybody with their food. Or they could get this card, which is very lucrative and it's very insane, which is Team Early Artillery. So what this does is, it will actually allow players to train falconets in age 2. And anything equivalent to a falconet, really. Quite insane, isn't it? You know? Falconet's an age 2. It's not as OP as you think it is, but it is strong if it's done correctly. Yeah. And if your Civ already gets early artillery, like, let's say the, Latin Americans like Chile with the artisanal cannons, well, that just means that their artisanal cannons will train a bit quicker now. So, everybody gets something, really. Everyone gets a trophy here on this team for that card. Looks like he's going to be sending his team Furrier, which, that's a pretty good card. It is going to help boost the age up time a little bit. It will help with army production throughout this match. I think Danish here has a really important job to provide plenty of good team cards to the team to allow the other two to be really tough and be able to hit the Austro-Hungarians and Germans super hard here, I think. Yeah. Any other good team cards we got? We got the team infantry attack. This is good for just military stats. No other team cards, though. We got Slavokrigen. Yep, this one is generally to help train your early infantry out of houses, but it does make them train slower, basically. So, on one hand, yeah, you're going to probably have a bunch of slots in terms of these houses to be able to queue up that army, but, oh wow, you can see the AI chats here, Akamora and train infantry. Why is he telling himself to train infantry? I don't know. Like, don't you already know the train infantry? Why are you telling yourself to train infantry? That makes no sense. Yeah. But anyways, going up with the inland governor. This is the same as, the Governor General. Basically, this would normally be called, I believe, the Statesman in War's Liberty, but it does retain the old name just because, the Civ was created back when Wars of Liberty used the old politician names just about there. Yep. And what else do we got here in terms of decks? Lars is running pretty standard Korean. You got spears, you got tigers, you got young archers, you got Moyo Dobatingji, you got the diplomatic entry crates. Alright, so this is looking like standard Korea deck, which is totally fine for this case. Does have a lot of Hongi Po shipments here. Yeah, you got the one here with the Tatars, and then you have the one here with just the cans themselves. Maybe they could use that a bit later. And Chile is running a pretty okay. Looks like an alright deck. I will say that. Looks pretty okay. Yep, he does have the August Solitero there, which is essential for this to be worth anything. Does have claim to Magellan Strait, which gives... So it has some forts here. That might be helpful for defense. Does have a team gathering rate card here, and Larmhu Wheel, which basically helps with both the farming and the coin gathering at the economic building, so that's really good. Alright, I'm just curious though of how this team is going to operate. Are they going to go right for the throat of these guys, or are they just going to hold back and try to beat them with economy and mass in the late game? Because I could see this going different ways, really. Now, one thing that the two-player team here, the Austro-Hungarians and the Germans, might opt to do is they might actually choose to go for an early aggressive attack, especially since I see a barracks here by Kapi. Kapi does have a barracks here right now. Let's see where that... Yep, he is actually queuing up line infantry as we speak, so this might be an early attack for this team. Because what they can do is Germany can go mass line infantry, and actually Austro-Hungary could go mass line infantry as well. And then they'll be tapping in free hussars through the cards just about, so they can have a pretty good ball of infantry to attack these players one by one with if they don't respond properly. But that being said, since it is a team of 3 that outnumbers them, they might actually be able to hold some sort of defense to force them back, but forcing your opponent to train units with your resources does slow down on your FF timing, on your FI timing, which, could hurt their economy, could hurt their ability to get some strong shipments that they might want earlier on. So everything has a purpose, really. Even if, the outcome isn't the one you exactly wanted at first, it does at least put them on the defensive. Kapi is actually doing good with his eco-techs here. He got both hunting dogs and steel traps. Also has placer mines activated, so he's keeping up with the market pretty well. How about his ally? His ally, I'm not too sure. I didn't see what he was getting exactly there. We don't have as much sophisticated stuff in the UI in the Legacy game to see what they've already researched. If we could see that, that'd probably be pretty good. But nonetheless, I can tell from his resource stockpile that he's probably got a pretty decent setup of at least hunting dogs and placer mines at this point. Yeah. Looks like Jesus Cristo will just go up with a FF. Straight up FF, right? Yeah. Oh, a naked FF. Yeah, 4 settlers into 700 coin. And he does have 2 shipments that he is banking on. He might just go for 8 Hussar and 7 Hussar here. Yeah, just about. Yep. Why does this one say 7 Hussars but only gives you 5? It's kind of strange. This one gives you 8 and this one gives you 5. I think it should be like... Well, I think it should be 7, I believe. Yeah, that's a bit strange there. But maybe the coding is wrong or something. I don't know. They definitely have to readjust that if that's the case. That does not look like a good shipment there. Going with the 1,000 wood and 2 Hussars. That should be pretty good to get your town centers up. Perhaps some other sorts of production you need. Is building a stable, so this is going to be a Hussar mass by Austria-Hungary, and then Germany is going to offer the line infantry or musketeers to the mass. What's going to be going on the other side of the world? Are they preparing military? Are they going full eco? Well, it looks like Chile went for FF as well. They sent 3 Rotos, which is their villagers, 800 coin because Chile gets extra crates with their shipments. And then I'm assuming we're either going to see a fort of some kind, maybe some coin. Really depends on what the Chile wants to do here. Oh, it's going for the mares at the mill. So basically you get this card called Chilla Yagua Suelta. And what it does is it allows your mills to produce these horses. And these horses acts as a secondary villager that gathers from them, just about. You can make up to 10 of them. And they have a really strong gather rate of food, so they're a really good asset for you to get. As for Korea, what is Korea doing here? Korea has gone the Lord of the Mountain shipment, thus the free tigers from the church or the monastery. You only get a build limit of 5 though, so it's not that big, Normally you have a build limit of 10 tigers, but this card cuts it in half, so it doesn't turn too obnoxious to deal with. Just about 700 food is coming out after the coin, after Lord of the Mountains, so this is almost like a semi-FF from Korea. And Danish, what is Danish doing? Danish is going all in on... Nah, this is also a semi-FF. Yeah, because I see some volunteers, I see some of the non-soldatars. So they are looking to go H3 as well. At least I thought they were. They're still queuing up more villies, it looks like. That might just be to make sure that they don't lose any villager seconds, I guess. Which makes a lot of sense. It does mean, though, that these guys are going to be duking it out in H3. Yeah, this is going to be an H3 battle. Goes up with the Enlightened Existentialist. Trying to remember what he is. I think he gives you some XP crates, I believe. So that's pretty good. Looks like Austria-Hungary is massing up Hussars right now to match what Germany's doing with the line infantry. Shipping in about 5 Hussars. Yeah, they definitely need to add some more Hussars to that shipment. Does not fit the Civ bonus really well. There we go, because every other Civ gets 5 Hussars. For the bonus to be correct for AH, they should have about 7 Hussars with that shipment. But hopefully a developer notices that and changes it for the next patch, whatever that is, whether it's a hotfix for Great War Age or the Middle East update at some point. Who knows? Yep. Getting placer mines, it looks like. And what else we have here? Getting cavalry combat, that can be very good. Could also get the Magyar combat cards as well, which basically helps with the, yeah. Alright, so look right here. We got Danish already starting to fight off some of the German infantry there, the line infantry. Taking out some of them, but here comes a large contingent of Austro-Hungarian hussars. Could turn these into the Radetzky's hussars at any point, which is their Royal Guard veteran upgrade, which will give them about 30% additional stats. Just about a guard upgrade, really, which is very tough for this early in the game. And TC is currently garrisoned. Will there be any help from these guys, though? That's what I'm wondering. Yeah, these guys need to prepare themselves, you know. You got the numbers advantage. Use it. Because if they don't do anything and they just let their allies croak like this is very bad, because this means that now they're on an even playing field and they got these huge armies already established now. Germany is just pumping line infantry. Austro-Hungary is just pumping hussars. This is a very deadly combination to use, in fact. So if these guys down there don't help their friend out, they're going to have some real problems here. You know what I mean? I mean, Danish is just struggling for dear life here, making pikemen. Actual pikemen. Actual partisans. Well, I mean, that pikeman is going to do alright against that. Yep, he knows that, and he shot that one. Good attention by Germany there to save one of his allies' hussars. Yeah, I mean, I just don't know what they're doing down here. I just don't know. It looks like Chile is doing some Escopeteros. And what about Korea? Korea's getting the Imperial Bureaucracy, which is a market tech. Oh, he's got some Fire Lances. Fire Lances could be good against the line infantry, but they're going to be horrible against hussars. I don't see a lot of anti-cav down here, and I think that's where we're going to get into trouble. You know, I do see some Civicos. The Civicos is probably going to be a bit of good anti-cav, but they're going to need a lot more of these. Get like maybe like 30, 40, 50 of these. Probably even more. Yeah, just about. Looks like Danish ended up shipping some Dragoons down here. So Danish is still in the fight, offering some units to aid their allies. So 6 Danish Dragoons and a contingent of some Korean infantry. Gonna branch off and start attacking, even though they're barely even ready. I mean, these are now Radetzky's hussars with about 42 hand attack, 448 on the HP. These things are monstrosity right now. But what's going on is, I guess, in a sense, it's giving Lars some time to take out some of the line infantry. But as soon as those Dragoons were eliminated by the larger hussar mass, now they're completely surrounded. Just completely surrounded there. Yep. He'd be lucky to even... Yep, he takes out like 1 hussar and that's about it. Just because of the Huach's barrage of fire. Yeah. Alright, so yeah, this is not an effective fighting force here. They really need to team up and get some stuff very quickly if they want to survive here. You know, Chile, they should have just waited back, got more units, grouped up with Chile, and then went out to do some brawling. Because Chile seems to have some alright mass. They got some artillery, they got some veteran Civicos. So they got a bit of potential to deal with these hussars, but they're still going to need some more anti-cav themselves to defend their base, really. At this point, Jesus Christo feels pretty confident in just striking out by themselves with the hussars. Yep. Just fight through them there. And, yeah, force the Chilean villies back to the TCs. Just like that. Just like that. Unbelievable. There you go. And what's going on here? I think you might just be able to clean that up just with the hussars, perhaps, you know. The Civico mass is not satisfactory, I think. The only thing that might work is the choke pointing there. Well, He is getting some work done. But still, I mean... Alright. Oh, okay. So he did take out the Hussars. I'm sure there's going to be more to come, though, so... That's not necessarily an outright victory for Chile. That just means that they dealt with the Hussar threat. Now they got the line infantry threat. They're also up to the veteran upgrade. Kapi knows that Korea's coming in with reinforcements, so they need to get on top of those cannons, wipe them out, try to snipe the skirmish units. Yeah. Alright, so yeah, let's see if they can get rid of the Kapi line infantry there. So if they can do that, maybe they might actually defend this wave. Tigers coming in. Angry Tigers. Watches completely undefended. Very bad idea. Oh yeah. You gotta defend your artillery, man. That's very bad. You gotta watch out for that type of stuff. Fire Lancers coming in as well. Watches, barraging them with arrows. And that. Yep. Oh, nice. Good barrage there. Right. Looks like Danish has some wood there. I wonder if Chile is going to grab that up very quickly. Yeah, possibly. Alright, looks like they defended alright. I mean, I wish they would have defended a little bit better. I think Danish maybe could have preserved their base if they just grouped up earlier, massed up a bit earlier. But, you know, you can't always predict everything. I will say that. You know, I do that a lot of the time in the team games is I'll think, oh yeah, this is a team game. People aren't going to be as aggressive. And no, sometimes you're very wrong about that. Especially when it comes to the timing attacks between age ups and so forth. You just have to be ready for that sort of thing. And have a bit of an army in your back pocket and have a place to go if you're outmatched and outnumbered with their armies. Yeah. We got another wave of the Austro-Hungarian Hussars now, but the Tigers, these things are insane. They actually are doing a really phenomenal job of cleaning up a lot of these Hussars. And now the combined Korean, looks like the Korean units should be able to clean those up, I think. Yeah, I would be pretty shocked if they couldn't. Yeah. Because right now it seems like Jesus Christo is sending in too few Hussars to make a huge difference. Like, if he was coming in like waves of like 30, 40 Hussars, yeah, he could probably clean his way through this. But now Korea's just in the good element with veteran spearmen. They're in good shape right now to just defend these waves of Hussars right here. Yeah. And where's Danish, by the way? I'm just curious where Danish is. Is Danish still alive? So they still got villagers. They still got how many villagers? They got about 14 villagers, and they actually are shipping in a fort right now. So this is looking really good for this team here. Wasn't too sure if they were going to survive, but now that I'm starting to see the Danish is even still alive and starting to put down forts here for their friends, this is looking pretty good. You know, this is looking exceptionally good for this three-player team now. At least from what it looks like it. But the problem is now you got a situation where now Austria-Hungary and the Germans are hiding in their base. Not hiding, but waiting. They are waiting, massing up, getting upgrades. This could actually be very serious, because now what's going to happen is I guarantee you Kapi's going to get the Maycoffer, Maycoffer Royal Guard line infantry, which is the Royal Guard upgrade, right? And these guys are going up to 40 range attack, 255 HP. He got Spandau Arsenal, so that's already applied. Could get these upgrade cards. And Needle Gun. Once he gets Needle Gun, once he gets these, then we got a very serious problem here with the German mass. And then Austria-Hungary is up to guard Radetzky's Hussars now. These things have about 55 hand attack and about almost 600 HP. Villagers totally caught out in the front there are going to get charged down by their sabers there. And then now they're going to be able to make a move on this house over here. Oh wow, take those villagers out. Very nice. And let me see. We got Pablo over here. What's Chile got? What's Chile doing? Chile has amassed about 27 Civicos. Still veteran level. I'm wondering if any of these guys makes it to age 4. I don't think they are, but it does look like Russia can, they're going to get a massive, I believe, Plastunis and Opelshenit Spearmen now from the consulate. I believe. Let me just confirm that. Where are those units they just got? Because I just saw they sent something from the consulate there. Where did that go? Or did they just get eliminated? I'm not too sure there. I thought I saw an army there from Russia. So it looks like Hussars are going to cut down through here. These Austro-Hungarian ones. And villages again in the wrong place. You know, put some castles up or something. Give yourself a little bit of defense there. Especially since you're on the corner of your base just about. You know, it's going to be hard to defend. Put some walls down. Put some towers down. Do something to defend with, you know. Okay, so here's those Russian units. Here's the Opelshenits. These are basically Russian pikemen. And these are the Sibiryakis. These are the Plastunis. These are basically dismounted assault units. Pretty close to their cousin, the Mushitero. But a little bit weaker because they're Russian. Watch is in the back supporting them. And they are currently cutting through a lot of these Hussars. Yeah. Hussars are being dealt with pretty effectively here. Even with the better upgrades in mass. Alright, so yeah, this is going fairly okay. And then Chile comes down here to support. Whereas Germany tries to make a target onto the Danish fort. So they're trying to make a move onto the Chileans since they know they're down there defending against the Austro-Hungarians. But now they're going to probably be able to go back up and... At least I think so, because now we have another massive Hussars here. So they're still going to have to work on these ones, I think. Without... Yeah, this is still a problem here. You gotta, like, get that cleaned out. Going in on melee against the line infantry, this is a horrible idea. What are you doing? What are you doing to that? This is bad, because now Kapi can just micro these things dead. And take very little, if no losses at all, really. I mean, that was an open and closed book case, I think, you know? Could have been definitely handled a lot better there, honestly. Big time. Definitely gotta watch out for that type of stuff, really. So, yeah. In terms of overall siege, yeah, I think they've just lost at this point. Yeah. They just lost their chance of winning here with that one. You know. Korea is still in the... Oh, Danish are providing some Falkies too, but placing them way too close to the action there, though. Yeah, maybe the spears will distract a bit. If he had these out a little bit earlier there, near the fort there, with... I don't know, might have been a bit better. Yeah, at this point it seems like they're just getting overrun by better stats now. You know, you got these royal guarded... Austro-Hungarian Hussars with a lot of stats. Probably could get even more stats. I mean, where is he in terms of upgrading? He could still get these 2 upgrades, mind you. So these things aren't even fully upgraded yet. Has some very large shipments of Hussars in the late game here. 12 Hussars, 10 Hussars. These are big cards. So, I mean, this is still not done yet. He still has that. And where's Germany at? Did they even have nail gun yet? Yep, nail gun is research. And these can be researched next, these upgrades. So basically what makes these line infantry really dangerous is the needle gun card gives them a better rate of fire, so they actually shoot faster. So it makes micro very easy. Way too easy, actually. Way too easy, so I mean, what are you going to do here at this point? I think at this point they're just going to have to resign now. Because now their bases are just going to get leveled, like, literally before their very eyes. Yep. Nothing more to say about that one. Yep. Cut and dry case, I think, there. AH equals gay Hussar mass. Rommel. Good one, Rommel. You're not the only one that said that before. I think a lot of people have said that. You know, Veringo said that, and probably at least one or two other people I've heard say that about the Austro-Hungary Hussar mass being super rainbow-oriented. We'll say that. It's rainbow-oriented. Yeah. And I think, you know, it can be painful at times. You know, it mainly comes down to, do they get away with the naked FF? Because if Austro-Hungary gets away with the naked FF without any punishment, yeah, that could become a real problem. And only really strong, like, musket civs like Japan can actually withstand it. You know, like Riga was able to withstand it using Japan against me like a week or two ago on my channel. But, yeah, if you're using a certain civ, it doesn't have strong anti-cav. A naked FF Austro-Hungary into Radetzky Hussar mass can actually be fatal on its own, or with the support of some sort of skirmishers too, which you can add in with Austro-Hungary as well. Yeah, definitely. Oh, big time. I think I played AoE 3 on ESO with you a few days ago, 3 versus 3. Yeah, we did it 2 days ago, man. Oh, you were there. Good. Good to know. I think I remember seeing you there, too. It was a pleasure playing with you, man. Too bad ESO Online is gone now. But at least I got the stream in a day before it all got shut down there, just about. Hola, amigo mío. Am I the first to join? Supporting you as always. Of course, Kapi. Kapi is the one that brings us all these recordings, by the way. So he's the MVP of all these games, just about. And Rommel, good afternoon, Juanito. Yep, we got Rommel here, we got Alpha here, we got Kapi here, we got everyone. This is great. And this was a good start, too, at 3 versus 2. It's a mode we don't always see a lot here, you know. We see a lot of 1v1s, we see a lot of 2v2s, but we never see a 3v2. At least not a formal one like this. And Kapi and Jesus Christo just proved their skills to us really well here. German economy is unmatchable in terms of military. Yeah, Germany had the mass, but Austro-Hungary had the kills because, again, Hussar mass of Austro-Hungary is a great bringer of kills, whether it be skirms, vills. That mass just cuts through a lot, and sometimes they'll even, like in this case, beat the muskets and spears by outnumbering them, like 2 or 3 to 1, and all that hand attack just weighs down, you know. Weighs down on. Villagers. Yeah, I mean, you could tell why they won. They just had a much better mass of villagers. In terms of military, it came down to, I think, just earlier military. I mean, we could look at that right here. Shipments were about the same, but let's look at military. Military unit population. Yeah, they just established armies a lot quicker, which gave them an edge that really hurt these guys. They basically were able to knock out Danish at the start, which turned it more into a 2 versus 2, really, because the support the Danish were able to provide was very minimal because of their loss of the TC and only 14 vills. Sure, if they gave them a fort, sure they were able to provide some sort of artillery, but that's about all they were able to do there, just about. So, yeah, there you go with that, really. Yep, so now we're going to reboot into game number 2 now. Let's see what's in that one. I'm going to reload here. Let me just go into here. Reloading. Reloading. Alright, so what do we got here? Nope, not there. Let me see. Chord games. So what's this one going to be called? Let me see here. What is it called? I'm going to the Discord server and we will look up the list and see what it's called. It is going to be called Germany is Super OP, please ban it. Kapi, I don't know what you're going to do if you do that. That's like one of your best civs. Why would we ban one of your civs? We love to watch you play Germany all the time. How would you get on in life without Germany? I just don't know. Yeah. It's a 1v1, so this should be nice. In Manchuria, Zlatia, Germany versus Spain. Okay. Let me find that one. What's the file called again? Let me see. File is called, yep, just Germany is OP. GGG. That's what you say every time you play against Germany. It's like GG. You already know the game is over as soon as they enter the match. Yeah. Not really. I mean, you can beat Germany just like you can beat the British. It's just like most people don't know how to do it very effectively, honestly. So you just have to practice for it, really. Just the way it is, really. Looks like the map is Manchuria, or as we know it in the Liga, Manchuria, just about. And this is a pretty fun map because most of it's just an open steppe and desert in the Manchurian area, just about. And here you got the Sea of Japan, just about. Around Korea almost. Here you can do some fishing. The trade route's all the way on this side. And then you got some natives over here too. You got the Shaolin and you got the Zen, just about. So you got some natives there. Let's get started now, just about. Alright. So on this side we got Germany again, but on this side we have the Spanish. Yeah. Alright, so this should be a pretty good matchup, I would say. I think in this case, Spain is going to be a really good competitor to the Germans just because they can do a pretty good musketeer mass themselves. In particular, they can do a stack of ones boosted by the missionaries. Yeah, that's the main thing. Yeah. The missionaries, as you know, in Wars of Liberty don't actually need the unction card to give their attack boost to any of the Spanish units. All you need to do is just put down the church and start training the missionaries. And they'll just start with that attack aura right away. Makes them very powerful too. The one thing that you'll notice is the build limit of the missionaries is a lot less than they are in the Legacy game. You can only have about 4 missionaries in Wars of Liberty, whereas in Legacy you could have up to 10 of them. That's mainly for balance reasons, because, in Asian Dynasties, the 5th edition, you have to obviously send that Age 1 card, Unction, to actually be able to use that attack aura. But here, you don't need that card. That card is already embedded into your Civ, so it's only fair that you don't let people stack their units that hard early on in Age 2 all the time. You know what I mean? Yeah. Now, question is whether Ringo actually uses the missionaries or not. We'll have to see. I think you should always get down to church early with Spain and Wars of Liberty just so you could get it. And I think, in general, the church is always going to be a good option for Spain, since, Spain gets their shipments a lot quicker. Yeah. And guess what the church does in Wars of Liberty? It has the same XP trickle that exists in the 5th edition. So you're getting that perk as well of just getting even faster shipments coming out, just about. So yeah, definitely. And let me see here. Looks like Germany's going Habrecht plan. So they're going naked Habrecht plan. Alright. So basically this is the same as the Virginia Company with the British, just about. And what it does is it makes your manor houses cheaper. Germany, they're called the Meitskern houses. And they'll go down to a price of about 88 wood. Actually cheaper than your regular house, and what that means is even more free villagers for you to use, just about. Yeah, lots and lots of free villagers, really. Yeah, so, and what happens is essentially these settlers will be able to construct, a whole set of 20 free villagers at the palm of your hand, depending on how quick you can get the wood. Normally, the place where you're going to see most of these free villagers start to pop up is in the transition from Age 1 to 2, typically. Just like you would for any British game in the 5th edition or Legacy. Mainly so, Definitive Edition these days, since as you know, ESO Online is offline, no longer online, so mainly going to be more permeable in Definitive Edition for a comparison. But, you're still going to have legacy games on either Game Range or Radmid that you'll still be able to watch as well, presumably. Alright, so the Statesman, this is basically the Governor General. This ties perfectly with how you normally do British and Legacy games and Definitive Edition games. They do often go for their sort of Governor General politician as well. That outpost wagon with the coin crates, that's always a good thing to get you started. Mainly because the tower, of course, you can pair up with the barracks. And the coin helps you to queue up your musketeers right away, right? Or your line infantry in this case. And mainly why it's also very good to have some coin to help you do that is mainly you're going to want most of your settlers in that transition to be chopping wood, right? So the more time you get to chop wood and not worry about coin for an attack, the more manor houses and villages you add to your boom, just about. Yeah. Very effective in that sense. Yeah. And what about Spain? What's Spain cooking today? So Spain has about 3 settlers there. They do have advanced trading posts, but it will be seen if they actually use this or not. They are banking on a shipment right now. Yeah, banking on 1 shipment. That's going to turn to 2 shipments. What do? Do they just go naked FF into Falx, Hussar, line infantry, perhaps? Who knows? I think in particular one thing if you're going naked FF with this deck is you're missing the cuirassier shipments, Remember, you kind of get cuirassiers, those wonderful French cavi with the splash attack with a lot of the European civs in Wars of Liberty. Because in Wars of Liberty, cuirassiers are considered a common unit for Europe as a assault cavalry. Spain can get them, France can get them, Germany can actually get them with Royal Guard. Austria-Hungary can get them, Italy can get them, and the Danish can get them too. And then some other civs can get sort of their own knockoffs of it, like the Swedes with their Hussartruppes or the British with their Household Blues that just don't have any splash, but they're still pretty good. Yeah. It really depends on what you're looking for, really. Yeah. And then the Belgians just use elephants instead. Big stinky elephant poop elephants to do their job from the Congo. Alright, so queuing up 5 line infantry, shipping about 6. So trying to mass up on the muskets there just about. And what is Kapi going to do? Kapi is doing Flachellaire. Spearman. Okay, this is interesting. It's interesting. I mean, technically, I believe Spain is probably more on the right now. At least if Germany stays in age 2. If Germany decides I'm going to go age 3, having a big mass line infantry there could open them up to a skirmisher shipment by Germany that could really hurt them. Potentially, yeah. Looks like the Explorer is trying to snipe a villager. Oh, wow, look at this. A villager snipey. Oh, wow, saved by the snare. Very interesting. Alright. Explorer at least gets away there, but that was a good attempt by Spain to take out a villager. Quite good, actually. Yeah. Alright, so we got the Spearman here. And what about on the other side? Got about 600 coin. And about, what's that? 3 line infantry, just about. Alright. About 15 muskets. Okay. Pretty modest mass, I think, for him. That's actually going to be 17 muskets now. Yeah. Alright, that's going to be a pretty good stack, I think, to go in for an attack with. Still, I would say get a church. Get the missionaries now, since they will be boosting them with the aura. Big shining lights literally coming down their heads, and I'm not kidding, actual shining lights on their heads from the heavens to signify that they are getting their attack boosted by the missionaries. So yeah, I mean, alright though. I mean, even with that, I think a mass like this is reasonable. You know what I mean? The question is, where does he go first? Does he go for the tower? Does he go here for the wood line? He's going to want to go for the area where Germany is most vulnerable, I would assume. Yeah, so line infantry goes over here, engages with the military. Will take out the spearmen with no losses or even damage, I believe. Well, they'll take a little bit of damage, but no losses, you know. A very good fight for Spain. Also, we'll get some Vil kills. 1 Vil kill. 2 Vil kill. Yeah, 2 Vil kill. Probably even more. I mean, this is Vil kill. Yep, 2 Vils. And maybe Germany's luring them in there so he can kill all these and knock out Spain's army. Yeah, he's just fishing them in here. Is that it? Yeah. Using the cover mode, too. Yeah, Spain just says, you know what, I'm just going after the villagers. I'm not even focusing. Takes out 4 villagers. About 4 of these manor houses completely negated by that raid there. That's pretty substantial. And he is going to come out on this side, too, where more villages are, and thus that takes them off for their work up there. This is an okay pressure here by Varingo, you know. Did take out some spearmen as well, so I mean, Germany is still quite ahead because they do have a higher villager count, I'm assuming. Right, they have about 36 villagers versus Spain's, what has Spain got? Spain is about 17 villagers, so he hasn't even really trained anything, is that right? He's doing it for a reason, though. He's trying to get up with the naked, not a naked, but a semi-FF, right? He's trying to get to age 3. I'm assuming he's going to go with the heroine politician to get a free falconet, and then ship in 2 falconets and have a 3-cannon mast to work with there, just about. Yeah, that's what it looks like there, I think. Yeah, right. Let's see what happens over here. Take that out. Spearman out. Yeah, see if you can kite some of these. Spearman going into cover mode's brilliant. Genius, actually. Because that just means that they're soaking up a lot of this damage there. Yeah. Alright, so yep, just retreat there. Good. And what's going on back here in Spain? Alright, so Spain is going up with the heroine. This is a falconet politician. Still has 2 shipments, so what are they going to get? I think probably 2 falcons, maybe 5 hussar. Could get 9 line infantry too and get them up to veteran. And what is Germany up to? Is Germany's just I guess so they are gonna queue in more line infantry as well. I think though it all comes down to timing here. It's all gonna be timing. Yeah. Germany does get Spain does get some more kills there, and these villagers will retreat in that direction. So Spain is going to be shipping in about 2 falcons. But will it be enough time? Alright, yeah, well, let's see. Where is his line infantry going? It's going up here. Alright, so Fringo is very aware. He does have the cannon in bombard mode right now. Minutemen will be called. Alright, so Minutemen will be called here. Cannon is active and will start to fire at them. Alright, this is pretty big actually, because this means Spain does have about 3 cannons active right now. And about 5 hussars to boot after that. As well as this massive line infantry hanging out here on the cliff over here. If these guys group up with them, I think this is pretty serious for Germany to deal with right now. But you never know. I mean, you did see what happened on Tuesday when I was Russia against Kapi's British in the Asian diocese. I got 2 falcons. I had like Manchu, I had Strelitz, I had everything, and he still sort of fought his way out of that. So I don't know how this is going to turn out exactly. You know what I mean? Could totally turn this around. Alright, yeah, like, what's Ringo doing here? Like, he's got to group these guys back up with this, you know? Get that going. Alright, so it does look like actually Germany's going up with the Cine Planner. So this is the same as the Bishop in Definitive Edition. You get a covered wagon, so 2 TCs is always going to be better than 1. Especially for defense, not just for the economy and booming, but also defense. You know, I mean, how many bills do we have with Germany here? About 44. That would have been much higher if Ringo didn't do his rating there. So, I mean, he is getting some decent Vil kills there, but is it enough, though, to stamp out Germany's economy? I'm not too sure. Well, he's gonna bring it down to like 42 Vils, like right now, by doing that. Good raid there. Like every Vil you take out against Germany basically equalizes your economies. With normal civs, when you kill Vils, that's like totally fatal for them. But with a civ like Wars of Liberty Germany, you're simply just equalizing their economy. You're not killing them, but you're at least making eco a bit more comparable, really. Alright, so yeah. Goes for these Vils. Town center is going up right around here. Can get these Vils right there. Alright, now he knows he has to retreat now. He would love to go for these, but the amount of value he's going to get with this close army here is not worth it, really. So yeah, he's going to play that super safe, I think. Does he have enough? He should just get veteran on these line infantry right now, so he's on par with what Germany's doing, I think. I think that's going to be a huge issue here, just about. Yeah. Yep. Alright, so, you got a massive, like, line infantry, and you got some Minutemen there. Alright, so, let's see what's going on here. I'll check that phone while this finishes up.
¿Sí? ¿Qué me ordena? Sí, lo haré. ¿Sí? Voy a hacerlo. Lo haré. Voy a hacer... ¡A las armas! ¡Parar! Sí, sí. ¿Qué me ordena? Sí.
Another room real quick. I'll be right back. I'll give you the post game for now so you can look at. Game number 3. So let's get out and do that. Just gotta restart the game to find it. So let's get in there right now. Loading. Locked and loaded. So what's it called actually? Let me see. So it will be called, what? What is the name? It's called Bolivians versus Nipones. Bolivia versus Japan on the Fertile Crescent. Ringo writes, Fuiste Bolivia? Oh yeah, Bolivia's always strong. Oh, big time. Oh, Kapi. This was the match that Verlinge was crying a lot last stream. Just teaching Verlingo a lesson. Oh, that's good. That's good when you can do that, you know. It's always good to take out Senor Verlingo. La Juanita Peruana. Yeah, La Juanita Peruana. Yep, definitely. So, who's going to be playing in this one? Curious. Ooh, Kazan. This is going to be a good matchup. So, So, I picked the right match, right? It's the right match, correct? Let me see. So it is actually the correct game, huh? Yeah. What's that now? B for Bolivia. Boliviano versus Napones. Napones, what? Like Japones? Yeah. And I'm looking forward to it anyways, because we have to see if Kapi has actually improved on his Brazil game at all here. The map is Tassili, which is a pretty fun map, both in DE and in Wars of Liberty. In DE, this map has some natives on it, some Berbers, but here you don't get that sort of thing. But it's still a pretty cool map anyways, you know. It's basically Wars of Liberty's version of Oasis in Age of Mythology, because you got the little oasis in the desert here surrounded by all the palm trees pretty much, so it's pretty cool. So let's get started now. So we got Brazil. Brazil is kind of a weird civ, as you know. They have a very weird way of doing their economy. Instead of training villagers from their town center, they get like two big buns at their TC. They get slave trades where they purchase more slaves for coin, and then they get abolition tax that cost food that improve the slaves and eventually will free them to the point that then you do train them like normal villagers, just about. So you can either go all slavery, all abolition, or any combination of the two. And do note, when you research slavery, it makes abolition more expensive. When you research abolition, it makes slavery more expensive. So, you know, the two philosophies are not coexisting. The more you invest in the one, the more pricier the other one will become, just about. Yeah. I mean, in general, you're going to have to get some slave trades early on, so if you're a total abolitionist like Frederick Douglass or whatever, you're not going to like this game too much. But, you know, if you eventually want to abolish the slaves and train villagers the normal way, yeah, you totally have that option, you know, just a little bit later. You do have to wait till age 2 before you can start researching any of the abolition texts, so just keep that in mind just about. Yeah. And what's Kazakh? Kazan's going Bolivia. Is that right? Yeah, so he's going... Why did he say Japan on there? That's weird. Oh, because Bolivia gets Japanese immigrants. Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah. Bolivia's a very weird, wacky civ, even more than Brazil. Because what happens is the Bolivian villagers actually have less HP than normal settlers, I believe. And what you can do with these villagers is, these pongos, is you can use the explorer in Age 2 to convert them into native musketeers called the Yellow Soldiers, or the Keirunas. Just about the Keirunas. So yeah. You're always going to have a way to get military as Bolivia, even if it's out of your own ranks of villagers, just about. And you might be wondering, alright, how does Bolivia afford to be able to spam out a bunch of units made out of their villagers, right? Wouldn't they just have too low of a vill count and just die? Well, Bolivia kind of has a way to make up for that. And what that is basically with either wagons you can train from the TC, or with your explorer, you can construct mining camps around mines, like around the silver mine here, or a gold mine, or a tin mine, or a jade mine, or any mine, and it'll produce villagers for free for a number of minutes, and then the thing just collapses, right? Because obviously the miners mine everything, there's no more stuff to mine, and then they just go home, right? That's sort of the idea, basically. And you can keep building these mining camps, which cost about 300 wood, and get about 4 villagers out of each mining camp over the course of its lifetime. And then, of course, there's a card, I believe, later in the game that increases it to like 6 or 8 villagers, which makes it even more effective. It's actually this one here, communal land holding, but you don't get that till age 4. So that's like more of a late game consideration. Ships to mining wagons, and then mining camps may train more pongos before decaying, just about, yeah. What else do we have in this deck which might make a big difference? So, this card is always interesting. It's called Mother's Day. Your Explorer gets, it's basically an Explorer upgrade, but then it returns a shipment. So you can upgrade your Explorer and then get another card right afterwards, which is pretty neat. You got your wood chopping cards here, basically the Latin Americans version of sawmills and exotic hardwoods. They have the virgin forests. It's definitely not a Chad forest. And you got the carpentry here, and you got extractivism. This is basically eco-theory, but for Juanitos Bonitos. And then you got Wealth of Potosi. This basically gives you about 1 silver chest of coin every 2 minutes of the game length, up to 30 minutes. So about 15 silver coin crates at the most. And do note that silver coin crates do have more coin in them than regular coin crates do. A normal coin crate has about 100 coin in it. A silver coin crate has about 110 coin in it. So do the math. That basically means if you max out this card to 30 minutes, you would actually be getting about, I believe, 1,650 coin instead of 1,500. So yeah, you do get quite a bit of more value from it, really. But that's if your game gets super late, you know. What's more interesting is what you do in Age 2 with Bolivia. There's normally a card called War of the Republicatas people will get, so it basically spawns about 3 native muskets called Republicata Macaets in each trading post. We don't see that here. But what we do see is a lot of native upgrades. We got native militia that makes native warriors cheaper. Basically, well, just native warriors from Legacy. We got Palenque, which allows the natives to train 50% faster. Native attack. And here's a shipment of those Macaets right there. But then you got this card, Aroma Conscription, where from now on, Kearuna increase their train limit by 10 with each age up, and then it grants you some right from the card. These are those Kearunas I was talking about. These are basically what you can turn your villagers into, these muskets right here. And then this card is pretty cool too. It's called Bolivian Syndicate. Allows you to train filibusters, that being Confederate skirmishers, from any immigrant colony. Because actually the Bolivians don't actually have access to the Confederate immigrants, so what they can do instead is be able to train those Confederate skirmishers as regular units from their immigrant colony for resources instead of shipments, which is pretty neat. They cost about the same cost, I believe, as a crossbowman, so they're pretty cheap to get, you know what I mean? Pretty massable, too. So he's got about 8 of the Kearunas. As you can see, just a native musketeer. They don't cost any pop since they're natives, but they do have a build limit, and they do cost food and wood. About the same cost as a crossbowman, actually, you know, and they have a little bit more range than an average musket, too, so they can kite a bit with about 14 range. Looks like Kapi is this is Kazan. He's got a Croatian colony with the barracks and the native embassy. The reason for going with Croats is, though they don't have any units available in Age 2 unless you're on water, just about, they can actually give you 300 wood as part of the age up. So it's like a weaker version of Quartermaster, which you can put right away into getting up a native embassy as the Bolivians, since they can train it from the start of the game for their Kearunas, as well as the barracks too, and make Pardos or Macheteros just about. Yeah, so they got a few infantry options, not a lot, but some bare bones hand infantry to get them by at the start, really. So he's got some Kearunas as well as some Macheteros here. These are actually cavalry. These are assault cavalry, not the scout cavalry, so not quite hussars, but more like cuirassiers on foot. Because as you can see, they have about 1 splash and some hand armor, so they're really good at fighting in melee, just about. Not just because they only do melee, but they actually have some hand armor that makes them more impervious against bayonets and spears, compared to other things, really. Does get the native militia now, which I'm pretty surprised by. What are you doing, Kapi? Juanito, Kapi, what are you doing, Juanito? What are you doing? Where's your Mercado? Protect your Mercado, Juanito. Oh my, Kapi. No, Kapi, no. Don't go for an FF. You gotta go voluntarios, man. I think Kapi needs to get schooled in Brazil. This is Kazan destroyed him even faster than Mehmet Khan did. Wow, look at Kapi getting humbled playing Brazil. Unbelievable. I guess you can cap the Kapi after all. Yeah. They're stuck force using emergency units there. And of course Kapi picks the Italian immigrants, so he can't get any battalions out of this thing. This thing is, as useless as a ravioli right now. Not able to make any units. Yeah, useless as a ravioli. I don't think I've ever heard that one before. Useless as a ravioli. Yeah, how useless is a ravioli? Well, you definitely can't fight with them unless you throw them. Throw a wet ravioli at someone. Get tomato sauce in the eye, I guess. And hamburger meat, maybe. If it's raw hamburger meat, yeah, it might be poisonous, but who knows? Who knows at this point? Yeah. Short story, though, is Kapi was humbled in less than 10 minutes. We've, never seen this in history before. This is unbelievable. Anglo dos Dis will go down. So this is the way you defeat a Kapi, right here. You want to defeat a Kapi in a Lightning League or something? Use this thing. And you will do it. You will go far. Guaranteed. Absolutely guaranteed. Yeah, now it starts to ship the voluntarios, but way too late, man. You should probably consider getting... Yeah, he does have the card. He should have been running this. He should have been running this with the barracks, and then he'd be able to defend this really easily. Yeah, it all comes down to that timing, though. If you don't know your timing, man, I guess it's not going to work out too good. Let me see. So what do we got here? Brazil, not for me. Not even going to discuss that. Oh, I understand. You might need to talk to a grief counselor about that after seeing that. Maybe I confused the games. I have a lot of records, so it's hard to name them lots after matches. Well, yeah, Nippon is a synonym in Spanish for Japanese. What I'm doing, I'm getting rushed hard. Yeah, Brazil not for me. Brazil not for me. Brazil bad. Brazil bad. Fire bad. Brazil bad. Exactly. Just don't do it. Just don't do it, kid. You'll never survive. Just like this. Yeah. But he's trying. Kapi's trying. I think he'll get it eventually. That's what you gotta do. You gotta do your best. Do your best. Do it every day. Just like that meme song with the clown in it. I heard years ago in one of those repainted game mods. Yeah. Just about. Let me see. So yeah, total clean out. Kazan's a very formidable opponent. Never underestimate him, you know what I mean? You might be able to underestimate Lars because he's under the influence of special brownies and gummy bears, and sometimes you can underestimate Mehmet, but never underestimate the power of Kazan. Kazan's very seasoned. More seasoned than seasoned rotisserie chicken. Yeah. So now we're going to go on to game number 4 now. Let's go into game number 4. 4 score and 4 games ago, we played game number 4. Core games. What do we got here? What's it called? Let me see this. That channel there. And what is it called? It is called Playing the Legend 69 Medal. Game number 1. Alright, so we're going to see a duel against a legendary player named Metal. A metal player made out of actual metal. Should start with P. P for pepperoni. Or P for potato chip. Or P for pretzel. Let me see. Here it is. This one. So is he just as legendary as Deuce Ball is? We'll have to find out. We'll have to see. Maybe he is, maybe he isn't. We'll find out. Now, this game is super zoomed in, just like Asian Dynasties. I don't know why, but it's alright. It's alright. So what map are we on? We're on the Fertile Crescent, right? The cradle of civilization, Mesopotamia. The meeting place of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. And the place where this 1v1 is going to happen. So metal is used in China. The fortune cookie sieve. And Kapi is used in Korea. The little rocket man sieve. So should be an interesting duel. So let's get started. I think we can get started right now, right? Yep. Yeah, I mean, Korea versus China is actually kind of a scary idea because China has the mass and Korea has the range units to beat them. But if you wait too long, China catches up very quickly with their old Han army reforms, and where they basically beef up their Chukonu and take them into whole new levels, really. So it really depends. I mean, technically, China has more units in terms of infantry and cavalry that they can run, whereas Korea, I think, just has stronger range unit options, really. Their Byung-Yungs are great for stopping assault units. Their fire lancers, Byung-Yung longbows, as well as their artillery is just great at shredding infantry. And then for the cavalry, just spam spearmen. Yeah, just spam lots of spearmen. But the thing is now, China has ranged assault cavalry now. Yeah, the banner cavalry was changed to a Zouave-style cavalry unit now. So instead of, being good against, like, cavalry and artillery, that matchlock cav is now good against infantry and has multipliers against infantry. But that being said, since it is assault, that means that Korea can send its cav archers, the Gungo cavalry, to take out some of those banner cav. Yeah. And it is said, too, that the banner cavalry probably won't be coming out till later because A, they're in age 3, and B, because they're part of the more expensive banner armies just about. So it'll be a while before you see them really coming out in the full swing, just about. Yeah. Alright, so let's see what the decks look like here. So, decky-wise on Korea's side, crates and upgrades. No tigers here. Very ashamed of that. I love the tigers. Gotta have the tigers here. He's running this interesting card here. It's called the Hermit Kingdom, just like North Korea. North Korea before North Korea even existed, just about. Basically what this is, it's a more stronger version of Eco Theory, improving your villagers' gather rate by 15% instead of 10. Almost on par with, it's about on par with what you get, I believe, out with cards like Sustainable Agriculture, actually, so it's pretty significant. But what it does, which is bad, it stops your villagers from being able to trickle export while they work, which means no consulate armies for you unless you go with the United States and use their wholesale technologies to get the export that way. But then again, that's a finite way to get export. Once you send those 3 techs, yeah, you're not getting no export after that, man. It's a done deal. It's a done deal, really. So, gotta plan that accordingly, really. Yeah, just a little bit. Just a little bit. Yeah, so what do we got here? So we got Korea doing that. And what is China doing? China has Boxer Rebellion. Oh, okay. So basically, regulars and sentries no longer lose hit points. They should probably update that so the youngs don't lose any hit points either. So what the youngs are basically another emergency unit, but you train them from the villages instead of the town centers, basically. So yeah, I would wish this card would basically help that so the youngs don't lose HP either. They used to not lose HP, and then the devs changed it because they found out that people were just spamming them as a secondary army for no pop, and it was kind of crazy. Let's continue here. So what wonders are we looking at here for, so it looks like Korea is going to be doing the Grand Palace. Grand Palace is usually the one you do with Korea. And there's a main reason why you do that one. It's because the Grand Palace acts as a secondary town center almost. I say almost because it's not really a town center. You can't garrison in it. You can't ship anything to it. But what you can do is villagers will train automatically at the Grand Palace over time. Almost like the Armored Town Center does, right? So just like that. And the other thing the Grand Palace does is it lets you research the level 1 market text that Europe has, that being hunting dogs, placer mines, gang saw, blunderbuss, and greatcoat for double the price. So you can get a really good early game just by getting a double costed hunting dogs alongside the market text you get with the normal Asian market just about. So yeah, it's a really good way to boom in that sense. And then China is going to be doing Summer Palace. So they're playing pretty normal. You know, Summer Palace is generally your rule of thumb wonder for China. The only thing you can do otherwise usually is just the White Pagoda if you want to really use disciples and the Tri-Ming Trufa Haoda Kung Fu Fighting type stuff. Yeah, just about there. And what else has he got? How many villages does he have? He's about 16 villages. He's got about 2 villages. He is going to get 2 free villagers from these villages and 1 free villager from the town center. As every time you age up, you get 1 free villager at your village and 1 free villager at your town centers. So the more villages and TCs you have when you age up, the more you're going to boom up your economy as the Chinese. But the Chinese, in turn, gather a little bit less than other villagers. I think it's 10% less. It's sort of like a nerf to the China Civ and their booming feature to not make them a total clone of the British in that sense. And what are they going to do? So this is looking like Naked FF for China. Naked FF. 700 wood followed by 700 coin. Whereas Korea is going to be doing some aggression with archers, with the Myungyungs. These are Korean longbowmen. So they have a really good range, but not that much damage really. So where are they? They're right over here. About 22 range on them. Yeah, they shoot pretty far. Do shoot pretty far. They shoot farther than your everyday skirmisher does. So if you want to just hit things from long range, just like you do with the British longbowmen, Myungyungs are a really good option for you. And pass about 5 of them. And then the Dangpa Spearmen will be following that. You could just build armies of Dangpa Spearmen and Myungyung archers if you want to. You know, just big masses of Korean infantry, really. Yeah, just about. And then, metal here is shipping about. Yep, the coin is in. How about the food? I think, yep, they got enough coin, I think. Once they grab those crates stage up, they just need the food now. Getting consulate and more academies. So, though they may be going for this Naked FF, they do at least have the production buildings ready to go out. They go strong very early. Has diplomatic intrigue, right? Yep. Might want to get that before you do any consulate stuff, just so you can make the most of it early on. Could get some spicy options, actually, if he holds off to age 3 to get a consulate army. Could get some plastoonis and some Appelschended pikes, perhaps. Could be an option. Could also go for a massive Maykov for line infantry and hussars from Germany. Could get British grasshoppers and green jackets, so some British muskets and skirms. Or could go Portuguese and get dragoons and Akademiko skirms. It's really up to him what he goes for there. So just sticking with the Summer Palace right now. In batches of Red Banner armies. And then what else is he getting? So he ended up going with Germany. Even before he got the diplomatic intrigue, which I'm pretty shocked by. You know, I would have gone that first myself. So I could get yourself to an easy 2 sets of Makeoff or line inf there. Though I would say you probably don't need Makeoff or line inf for this matchup. You probably just need good Cav and skirms against Korea. You might be able to just mass up a bunch of Banner Cav. You know, Banner Cav might actually be solid here. Does he have any Banner Cav cards? No, he's got Meteor Hammers, he's got the Zangoos, and he's got the Boxers, but he does not have any of the Banner Cav. I can't remember. Do you get Banner Cav shipments as China? That's a good question, actually. I think you do, because the Banner Cav for China is basically to make up for the lack of Iron Flail, which actually the Korean roster gets. Yeah, Koreans can train Iron Flails now, since it was moved from the Chinese roster to the Korean roster. And that's sort of Korea's only hand cavalry, really, trainable at the stable, just about. They sort of get this, like, emergency-ish, like Coyote Runner 2, but that's, you know, an emergency unit that dies after a number of seconds. So, really, their only main hand cav in Korea is the Iron Flail. Yeah. So, getting Boxer Army there. So, got some Boxers, some Zangoos. Summer Palace is still on the Red Army. Yep, the Red Army, get Communist China, Chukonu, and Tigerman. So, a lot of spears and a lot of skirms. Going up against the Korea is doing kind of the same comp, really. You know, I think Korea has a good timing attack right now where they can sort of just go in there and start exploiting their longer range and their spear lines. But we'll see. We'll see what Korea ends up doing. I believe this is the Hwasong Fortress, if I recall. Let me see. Yep, this is indeed the Hwasong Fortress. And this is basically a fort that trains artillery units and can receive upgrades by upgrading your castles. So instead of having their own expensive upgrades, this fort simply gets upgraded alongside your castle towers, just about. So it's a nice discount in terms of upgrading multiple things at the same time, really. Yeah. So he's got on the first stable as well. So he might actually go Cav here and be able to switch to Gungo Cav if the Banner Cav problem becomes too serious. We'll see. And what does Metal do? He is starting to add in green standard armies now. It's kind of interesting because normally you would set your Summer Palace to do that, but he's just getting like the normal set of Tigermen and Chukunus. I guess it does mean he's going to receive these bear armies a bit quicker, though, since it does take a bit longer, I think, to get the more expensive armies, if I recall. So, yeah. So, yep, here's some of those Banner Cavalry right now. See how they do about, like, 30-something range attack against the infantry? That makes them very formidable, really. Really formidable. Has some of the Meteor Hammers as well, which is another assault unit too. It's kind of weird how they have hand armor, but they rarely ever go into melee combat. Because they basically fling their hammer thing from range, right? So they're rarely ever trying to go up against these spears head on. It will help against them, you know. It will make sure if the spears do get too close, that they actually will be able to survive some hits from them. Now we got some more Tigermen and Chukunus as well. And we see him massing about here. Now, what does China do? So China is going to have to engage right here. Archers get the first shot because they have 2 extra range. Takes out some villagers for Korea. That's quite good, actually. But does he push in? I would say China probably doesn't want to push until they get the hand mortars. Once they get hand mortars, they can start to think about sieging. But before they get the hand mortars, I don't think they quite want to go for a siege just yet. At least that's what I don't think they want to do. Yeah. So China might be going for FI here. I don't see any unit training at all. Because if I were like fighting it out in age 3, I would say, yeah, they're going to start getting some more armies of banner stuff. Doesn't look like they're quite doing that right now. just got another village. So we'll see if this is truly an age up or is that just, lack of population. If this player is so legendary, then I'm assuming he's going to age 4 with those res. Alright, so what wonders again? I'm assuming that's going to be it's going to be the Temple of Heaven. Interesting choice, This basically grants China some free villagers, even though they already do get free villagers from these villages in the town center. So yeah, that's going to be a pretty good booming option there. Korea will decide to go for a timing attack now. Probably a good choice at this point. You really don't want your opponent to get too many upgrades going in their favor. Could be brutal though trying to get some of these larger shipments of like 21 Shukunu, 21 Shukunu, 20 Tigerman. Could be pretty fierce actually. So it's kind of good for Korea's sake that they're doing a timing attack now to try to deal with this. But here comes the assault units. Meteor hammers might be able to get a hit in here if they're careful. And he did ship them, I could tell. Yeah, he shipped about 5 of them. Can take out one of the Huaches now, and is going to start to ship in some bigger masses of Chukunus, like right now, it looks like. Yeah, just retreat, man. Take out some of these spears. Get some Jungs, which are the emergency units. And where is the shipments? We want this. We probably want this. Maybe this. Yeah, we'll see. What does China end up shipping here? Because I got 2 shipments at their disposal that they could utilize here, if they so wish. Yep, 21 Chukunu, not bad. And then about 20 of the Tigerman, I think. Just about. Yeah, it's going to try to lure him in a bit. Oh no, it does look like Korea does have some Byungguns. Byungguns or whatever. Is it Byuljigun? Byuljijuns, I think. Something like that. Byuljijuns. Yeah. Yeah, these are basically like a dismounted dragoon. They deal multipliers against assault cavalry and on foot just about. So they're pretty strong at taking out culisses, iron flails, meteor hammers, banner cavalry, all that sort of stuff. TC is like completely surrounded there. Wow. Chukunus. Now they can start to take out some stuff. It has to get right on the defensive track there to defend the Huaches. If the Huaches go down, then it's kind of hard to siege here right now. It has to deal with that. Here comes the Korean iron flails now. These are indeed very strong assault units. In particular, they got multipliers against skirmishers, so it makes them pretty strong actually against them. Look at that. Just completely cooking them. Turned them into Chinese Peking duck, if you will. Yeah. Take out that. Oh. Wow. Good fight there for Korea. And the Maykoffers just arrived as well, so that potentially could have changed something there. Well, it definitely would have been better against the Iron Flails, I think, at least. And maybe somewhat good against the infantry there. So, yeah, these are like guard Maykoffers, so yeah, pretty strong. And what do we got here? Yep, clearly seems like Kapi was ahead in eco and, how about military? Yeah, China had the bigger mass, but they just weren't killing that well, just because of the Huaches. If you went for the Huaches, I think China would be in much better shape there, just about. Yeah, it just seems like it, personally. Yeah. Alright, so there's that game, and there's another one too. There's a part 2 to that, so let's see what that one looks like. Restart into that one right now. Restarting into it right now, right there. Here we go. Yep, this should be fun. And let's go into record games and find the second one. P for playing. P for pork rinds. P for pulled pork. There we go. Ah, this one's going to be on Malaysia. Alright. This is a... Oh no, Indonesia. Indonesia. Struggle of Indonesia. Wow. We're not even playing Struggle of Indonesia and we're still in Indonesia. Funny side note, I tried to play the Indonesia map on Struggle of Indonesia mod and the game literally crashed in multiplayer. The game couldn't even handle it. It's like Indonesia literally rejected Struggle of Indonesia. I don't know why that happened, but it happened. It just happened. You know? Yeah. Lars is always high. The man is living the good life. Oh, I can tell. He doesn't he do skydiving and like snowboarding and stuff. He's like, I don't know what to describe him as. He's like the James Bond Tony Hawk, all eating spiked gummy bears or whatever. Yeah. Bruscomania. Once again, I'm asking for Paraguay gameplay. Talk to Kapi about that. Kapi, do some Paraguay gameplay for this Juanito here. Bruscomania wants you to do Paraguay. He's pleading with you to do Paraguay. Or anybody that's willing to, give me some record game files. Just play Paraguay for this Juanito. Yeah, I would like to see some Paraguay gameplay. Paraguay is one of the most fun, balanced, actually the most balanced Civ in Wars of Liberty. The developer said that. Paraguay is the most balanced Civ in Wars of Liberty. And everybody said, oh no, they're so OP, they get too much stuff. It's like, no, they're perfectly balanced. They get free stuff at a rate that's reasonable for the age. They get either really expensive buildings that trickle resources at a normal rate, or they get these more expensive villagers that don't scale as well to age ups, but they at least fight better. So, I mean, yeah, Paraguay works a lot differently than your other Juanito civs, and that's a good thing, because Paraguay ends up becoming a really neat experience overall. Yeah. So Kapi's playing Japan, and what is Metal is playing Korea now. Okay, so he's trying Korea. He was probably muy enojado with Kapi about losing to Korea, so he's just going to play Korea himself. And see, we'll see if perhaps this Korea might actually beat Kapi. Who knows? Definitely a very different game, you know what I mean? I think in this sense, I think that Korea can usually beat Japan, but you have to do it right. You have to keep your army up. You got to keep your army alive, and you got to make the right stuff. If you go Myung with Dangpa, that can be very good usually. Because the thing is, you could just spam Longbow Archer against Japan. You don't really even need to do anything else, really. Because Longbow Archers can handle their Japanese skirmishers and their musketeers. Both their Shigumas and their Kies. So, I mean, if Korea wanted to, they could just spam Archer, and just have, like, some reserve spearmen to deal with the Gunter Riders, potentially. Yeah, that's just about what they can do. But we'll see, though. We'll see if that's what happens here. As for Japan, if Japan wants to win this, they have to play very carefully. They have to make sure that their shrines are safe. They have to make sure that their base is safe. Because whenever I do Korea against Ringo when he's doing Japan, I just go right for his town center and just siege that thing to the ground, man. I don't even leave any survivors. And then he has to rebuild his town center, and I do the same thing again and again and again. I think, didn't Ringo have to rebuild his TC like 2 or 3 times that game? before I completely shaved off that Juanito Peruano's production power. Yeah, just about. Yeah. So what deck is it going to be? Is it going to be the one that we saw last week used against Jesus Cristo, perhaps? Mayhaps? We'll have to see. Alright. Because he does have about team this and this. I'm assuming it's this one. This is the one we always see. You use Heavenly Kami first. Yep, exactly that one. Heavenly Kami first. Get the cheaper shrines. Get the more effective shrines. And then you choose between crates, villagers, infantries, and then the daimyos, now called Genshui, which is, I believe, Japanese for general. So this is Siago Takamori. He's your age 2 general. And then later on, you can send in Yamagata Oritomo, as well as some other ones. I believe there's one in age 3 as well, and then there's the one you get with the age up of the Shogunate too. So, I mean, you get multiple generals you can work with. Statistically, they're pretty close to the daimyos in Definitive Edition. But one key difference is that these guys have the assault tag. They don't have the scout tag, they have the assault tag because they're very tanky. And they do have the hero tag. So you can actually use things like spies to actually snipe these guys down, which I think is actually really accurate from a military history perspective, because these guys are like your generals. So if you can get an assassin in there and just wipe them out, that's like totally historically accurate. And something they really should consider for the Definitive Edition game, you know. Maybe they should actually make the daimyos have hero tags, so you can use lesser used stuff like the spies to actually go after them with. Could be cool, you know. Like seeing somebody playing in Definitive Edition and maybe the Winter Championship or something, and seeing them pull out spies to take out their daimyos Japan. That could be something pretty new that we could see. I'd totally like to see that. Who knows? So, Teshugo Shrine for Japan. This seems to be the one that Kapi always goes with here. Because of how skilled he is with his macro and all that, he can afford to go greedy with the Teshugo Shrine. Doesn't necessarily have to go aggressive with the Torii Gate. As for metal, he is doing Grand Palace, sticking to the standard one. Only problem here, though, is the fact that you gotta place your vills a bit better there, because he did lose some villager seconds trying to set that up. I think that could cost him. Taking the shrines on the islands in Indonesia. Very good use of your surroundings. Good use of your knowledge of the map, I think. Because this basically means, hey, I'm going to be able to ensure that these shrines are most likely going to be untouchable for the whole game. And he could go down and get about 1, 2, 3, but probably about 3 shrines down there as well. Oh yeah, big time. Yeah. Yeah, these are just berries. So yeah, getting about 5 shrines on the outer islands is just a really good... Oh, wait a second. He's going to... So you get 3 shrines at each one, so it's 6 shrines. That is pretty good. That might actually give Japan a huge boost against Korea, because Korea won't be able to go as long and hard against them now with taking out all their shrines and stuff, because they'll have at least about 60 pop working on the other islands, really, and bringing in resources. So that could be pretty significant, really. Still doing the Teshugo Shrine with 1 villager. Goes for the double price hunting dogs. I'm assuming he already has hunting eagles and might be getting the that one with the duck, the raw duck card or technology. I forget what it's called. What's the second hunting card called for the Asians? I know it has like a skinned duck on it to make Peking duck with. But what's it called? Oh, it's Varingo. Ese cap no cambia de naciones o acaso no puede jugar con una nación equilibrada. Really? You're saying that, Varingo? You're saying the Kapi can't handle hard civs? I think Kapi could probably do Zulu. Might be able to do Egypt, so that might be a challenge for Kapi to try. Let's see if Kapi can do Egypt. If Kapi can do Egypt, then he can prove that he's good with hard civs. Because, let's be honest, not even Zulu is that hard of a civ, you know. I think a lot of people think Zulu is a hard civ because of how micro-oriented they are, but actually, once you get past the clicking part, the basic clicking part, Zulu are actually probably one of your easier rush civs to use in the game, and they do get some very well-placed power spikes in Age 3 and 4 with their artillery weapons. So, I mean, you just have to read between the lines, I think, and you'll find that Zulu is actually a pretty easy civ. So you definitely would want to do Egypt. Because Egypt, you know, Egypt poses you with some pretty serious problems. You got a very strong move in the FI, but that being said, you're not always going to be able to do a clean naked FI with Egypt because of map size, because of resource placement, because of treasure RNG. So if you don't get that good RNG to get the FI out with Egypt, you do need to be able to fall back on your caravans and run around the map with your cantonments and your garrisons and just play that way. So if you can get a pretty good win rate with Egypt, I think you're pretty solid space, I think. You know? So we'll see. We'll see how this one turns out, though. I think in this case, though, Korea is actually the stronger civ. So I definitely wouldn't know Kapi for using Japan here at all, because Korea does actually have an innate advantage against them just because of the unit rosters. The Myungyung has about 22 range, which again, as I said before, snipes Shigumas, snipes the Ki-8 skirmishers really well. And really, as long as you don't see any Guntos come onto the field, you can just spam longbow, spam the archers by themselves, you know. And it's not that hard to just get a quick batch of Dangpa spears in the case that the Guntos do start appearing. So, yeah. And that's the thing. Like, even the consulate for the Japanese does not have a lot of good hand cab options, you know? They got the United States, which mostly has Marines, which is naval, skirmishers, mounted riflemen, which is a dragoon, Gatling guns. Dutch, they got flankers, which is a musket skirm hybrid, and they got the skirms, and they, I believe, get grenadiers, right? Yeah. And then Japanese isolation is pretty much closely the same as they are in Definitive Edition, with some few key differences. And then the other one, the Dutch, no, I already said the Dutch, the other one, the Portuguese, dragoons, skirms, and culverins. So, yeah, I think in that sense you could say your biggest concern against Japan is Korea is mainly just spamming archers and artillery. The Cavi problem is not going to be a huge problem because really the only thing they're going to be able to do is either Gunto riders for Cav or doing mercenaries out of their monastery just about. They could also... There actually is a super late game one-shot option for Japan. That is with the United States and their ultimate consulate battalion. It does include the Cavalry Corps. That is those Confederate tanky cavalry just about, so they can use those, really. Yeah. Alright, so, see here, we got about 5 archers. Got about 5 more archers here, so it's already starting to mass those in. Japanese allies. I do need to let you know something. That is not the same thing as Japan's isolationism. That's actually a whole separate consulate option that civs outside of Japan can do. For right now, it's just Korea, but I'm assuming with the release of future Asian civs into Warsaw, it'll be like maybe Philippines, maybe some other ones, they will actually be able to get that as well. The Japanese allies gives you some pretty nice options. They give you samurai. They don't have splash attack for some reason, but that's still okay. They still work pretty good. Just about like halberdier, 2-pop halberdiers, which is a little weird, but still doesn't work too bad. They get the Kies, which is the Japanese skirm, and then they get the Kanao cannons. And then for their ultimate battalion, they get an actual Japanese general who can himself receive shipments, of course, and can train the consulate armies himself on the front lines, which I think is I have a problem with that because I think it's severely underpowered. And maybe the devs need to look at that, I think. Because my thing is, you know how expensive it is to get stuff with export? Like, being able to make units on the front lines for export is just really, I think, weak. For a better term. He's either got to be able to make the consulate armies for resources, or he needs to do it at a far more discounted rate of export, like maybe half the cost or something. And then some. Because what the Japanese allies does is, it makes your units, I believe, 5% cheaper, including the consulate armies. So if you take the normal, what is it, like 400 cost or something, it'd be like 200, and then it'd be like 195, 190, 185, and that. I could see that being a real bonus again, the general or the Gensui with the Koreans, I think. And would be a good, nice contrast with what Japan gets with theirs. Yeah, just about. Gets veteran on the spears. How about the archers? Archers are probably your more important unit here. Let's see. Korea is going up to age 3 now, but Korea already has their Hwachas. So this could be pretty dicey. I won't say that. We'll say that. Do this. Golden Pavilion. That's going to be your standard age 3 wonder usually. Just good overall because it gives you some free skirms. And then of course you can configure it onto different stats of your military and just make them attack a lot better. As well as holding some arsenal techs itself that you can use, like some of the advanced arsenal ones. Which in particular for Japan, in Wars of Liberty is very good because here your skirmisher unit is indeed a skirmisher and not an archer. So those advanced arsenal technologies at the Golden Pavilion do actually help your Kies directly, making them much stronger than the Yumis in that sense. Yeah. I think the Kies actually are stronger than the Yumis, I believe. Yeah. I think the range is about the same, but wait a minute, no, I think the Yumis get more range, is that right? I'm trying to recall. Like, what did they get with Way of the Marksman here? So Way of the Marksman gives them about 2 range, so they end up having about 20 range at the end, so they go par and par with like a skirmisher. Okay, so it's not that long range. It's actually, in terms of skirmishers, it's about average. Just plain chocolate and vanilla ice cream, average. Yeah. And let's see, any chats? Oh yeah, nothing new from Vlingo, Juanito Vlingo. We do see the Gunter Riders though, so that's pretty serious. Does he have a stable yet? Is he gonna? Yep, he's probably gonna get veteran upgrade on the Guntos at some point, which I think would be a pretty strong play there for Japan. Perhaps, mayhaps. We'll see though. We'll see what they get. And what is Korea got upgrade now too? That's gonna be kind of serious. So just upgrading the archers now, which I'm a little bit concerned about. Still good. Has some of these Chongtongs here. Chongtongs are going to be a great answer if Japan does some of their cannons. Yeah. In general, these are going to be really good if we see any artillery from Japan. But where's the rest of the army? The rest of the army's up here. Let's see if the Chongtongs can make it there in time, because even if Japan does not get their artillery out, these Chongtongs do great amount of siege damage, you know. 65 times 3. Pretty substantial damage per hit against these buildings. And they can actually do really good damage against boats as well, about 3x against ships. So if Japan tries to do any sort of like naval defense, that will help against that. Let's see though. I mean, Japan just seems to be hanging out around here. Probably waiting for Korea to get themselves into an unfavorable position up here. No, this is a problem. Do not make Byungyungs against Japan. Why? Because Japan does not have assault units. Do not get these ever against Japan. You want to get spearmen against Japan. Or you could potentially get the Gungo Cav if you were really looking to snipe artillery. But Dangpa Spearman is your best option against Japan, I would say. Don't do really anything else other than that. word to the wise on that one, because I think he thinks that they're going to have multipliers against these Gungos and Gungos. Clear difference. I don't think he's going to do well against these handicap if he's going to make Byung-Yungs, because, you know what? Surprise, surprise. They don't have multipliers against them. So, I mean, at least he has some spearmen here. These spearmen will do a fairly good job here. Taking out a lot of units, mind you. Yeah. Kapi was just much better with his economy and just getting a larger stack. Yeah. Metal had the right idea. He just didn't mass up correctly. Like, if he had like another 30, 40 spearmen, yeah, that could have been pretty good. I mean, you just have to skill your armies properly in this case, and I think that's maybe where Japan was able to really do well. They were able to get very early some shrines on those islands on the north and south of the map, where you know Korea wasn't going to be able to raid on without obviously investing in navy, which, you know, that's not cheap. 200 wood for a dock, not a bit more wood and coin to actually get a war boat of some kind. So, I mean, yeah, that was a great move by Kapi on the map, where you get a catamaran to basically move your units around there, just about. Yeah. Yeah, because the reason why building warships would be really important to tackle in those shrines is because you wouldn't never want to put your army on those islands to take out those shrines, mainly because if your army's all the way up there, the whole secondary process of getting your units in the boat and moving them across might be enough time for your opponent to actually raid you on the home island, the one in the middle, and that could actually be really dangerous. You know what I mean? Yeah, just about. So we see these Byung-Yungs start to engage with these Japanese infantry here, taking out some of the Nagana spearmen, and yeah. Alright, take some of those out. Oh wow, taking out that tower there. Oh wow. Whew. Watches getting some good volleys in there against the infantry. Let's see though, I mean, right now it's looking almost even, Steven. What's the res count on Japan though? Wait a minute, what? Oh yeah, he's getting way of the marksman, so yeah, he's gonna get more range on these Kies. Oh, Korea calls an early resignation. It doesn't even wait till he fully mobilizes. Pretty, yeah, I mean, he predicted it. I think Japan was indeed going to do a clean house sweep of them, just about a royal flush. Yep, just about. Just curious, like, yeah, I mean, he was doing good here, and then the Gunto thing just changed up the whole equation there. Yeah, just a little bit. Yep, you can never tell with these games against Kapi who's going to end up winning a lot of the time. It's usually Kapi, but sometimes somebody finds a way through, just about. It's Rommel. Cap creo que Angel quiere decirte que te ama, porque está fuerte su obsesión con usted. Ese jugador Rommel is bien noob. Good one, Rommel. That's true. That's true about Varingo. He's super attracted to men that play Wars of Liberty well, and Rise of Nations. Like, if you're good at Wars of Liberty, he wants to become your Merida, just about, or wants to become your esposa, just about. If you do really well in Wars of Liberty, it's just a Varingo fact. Don't ask me. It's just the way things are, man. If you do good at Wars of Liberty, Varingo will want to become your esposa, just about. Yeah. Just the way things are. The way Juanita Puana biology works. Yep. So now, Pain is Spain. He learned to rhyme. That's awesome. Good. He went to rhyming school. That's great. Pain is Spain. Spain versus Haiti on Cascade Range, and Haiti versus Ottomans. Ooh, fighting the Haitians. That's not an easy feat. Haiti's a very strong civ, so I mean, let's see how these ones turn out exactly. Looking forward to it. Looking forward to it. Ah, okay, let's do those. Look for A. A for peach. Peach. Yep, see, peach pain is Spain. Peachy. Peaches and cream. Alright, so what we got here? We got Kapi playing as España, and we got Bandar playing as Haiti. So this isn't... I thought this was going to be Rommel, but it's actually going to be Bandar. Okay. Very different playstyle, but we'll see. Map is Cascade Range. I like the mini map. The mini map has such a cool color pattern on. I like the mini map more than the map itself, actually. Yeah, but the map itself is pretty nice. You know, you got these cool little lakes over here that come out from the sides just about. Then you can land ships in through the Wharf City Gather Point. You can actually fish here too. You got a lot of berries on this map, so it's actually a good map for Japan, right? So this is a Kapi map. You know, Kapi loves to play Japan. You can use this map for him, but he's not playing Japan. He's doing España. So we'll see how this turns out. Definitely. So this is going to be Kapi doing Spain this time. I think he knows Spain pretty well. He loves his musketeers, he told me. He said he loves musketeers. Any civ that has good musketeer builds, he will play it. Spain does have good musketeer builds in Wars of Liberty, otherwise known as the line infantry. So, yeah, you can definitely boost him up with the missionaries to make him really bonkers, or you can just take advantage of Spain's shipment advantage and just get out extra Falcons, extra Culisses, extra Hussars, and just go for a clean sweep with that. So, I mean... You got ways of really using muskets or line infantry really well with Spain in Wars of Liberty. As for Haiti, though, Haiti is a whole different situation. Haiti has some really good aggressive qualities between their immigrant options and their ability to mass up armies pretty quickly. I mean, I don't think innately they have any way of rushing any quicker, but they just have a lot of good aggressive units. Yeah, they're Zinglins, they're just a coyote runner, but they have multipliers against villagers. Really good ones, too. I mean, the Zinglins just slice their way through villagers very easily. If you can get a mass, and they're just absolutely nasty raiding units. They also get Royal Guard Escopeteros, which is their shotgun unit. Really strong Royal Guard Musketeros, their assault unit in the barracks. They do get pickets, which is an actual pikeman, like a real pikeman. You know, Latin Americans get the Pardos, which is sort of like a pike and halberd hybrid with a weird cost. But Haiti does get real 40 food, 40 wood pikemen in the pickets that have a good line of sight. They do get Las Juanitos Bonitas, Las Vivenderas. Yeah, skirmishers that heal. And they do get conscriptos. So, I mean, Haiti is mostly an infantry civ. But that does not mean that they have to go infantry. They do have a stable that has some H3 options in the Escolta and the Yonnet. Basically, the Latin American Assault Cavalry and the Dragoon, or the maneuver unit. So they can do that. They also get Assault Cavalry from their Lacau Ultimate Building that they can train too, that has the special power of converting defeated units into villagers that you can use for your economy, obviously, and build stuff with, you know. So yeah, like if you raid a bunch of villagers with their Royal Dalmet Cavalry, you can basically turn those vills into your vills and start gathering off the same resource, which is pretty bonkers if the opponent doesn't punish that. Or I should say counter that. It's not really punished because you're not really losing anything by doing that. In fact, the enemy lost a bunch of villagers and you're just, you know, capping on for a number of seconds. So yeah, definitely. So what does Haiti do here exactly for the deck? Haiti has 3 vills This is basically pioneers for the Europeans, so your villagers get more HP, as well as priests. This Latin American card has the bonus of making your priests tankier as well. And then you have mystical prestige. Priests boost the gather rates of nearby villagers. That's going to be pretty good. You got chicken fighting here. 1 coop. And allows coops to slowly spawn hens. So you can't actually build chicken coops in this game yet, but it does give you one. And it'll start to produce chickens that, you can make fried chicken with, you can make chicken soup with, you can make chicken tenders with, chicken nuggets, yeah, any type of chicken, just about. Destroyer of Tyranny. Oh, interesting. So Royalist attack and HP increase, and now can temporarily increase the movement speed of nearby units. Oh, so it's like a drumming ability or something? Oh, that's cool. I haven't used that much myself, so that's pretty neat. And what else we got? We got the Mother of Revolutions. This makes rage ups cheaper, and it also allows you to revolt a lot cheaper too. Yeah. So yeah, Haiti's the only civ in War's Liberty that can revolt right now. Yeah, and this basically makes it so their revolt is only 700 food, 700 wood, and 700 coin. Yeah, pretty much. We do see the rum industry here. This gives about 2 coin works to the Haitians. This is normally a Paraguayan building, but there are ways either through certain immigrant options as well as cards like this where other civs can get works wagons themselves. Yeah, like France can give you food works and Germany can give you both wood and coin works, and then this card for Haiti can also give them coin works too. It gets kind of weird with German immigrants with Haiti because the build limit does not actually go up with this card, which it probably should. Probably should get up to a build limit of 5, just so you can synergize this with the German immigrants. But I think Rama was the one that said, no, that be muy malo or something to the devs. Like, that be muy malo, too OP. Yeah, I don't even think Rama was even happy that they were letting us upgrade the works buildings at all. But I told the devs, I said, Haiti has always allowed you to upgrade your coin works just like your other buildings. And Massa said, if that's the case, then we're going to keep it consistent. Rama was not happy. Like, oh no, the gringo's making the game OP again. Yeah, exactly. So it's not OP. It's actually pretty fair. Just having 2 or 3 works with proper upgrades does not break the game at all. It just, makes it a worthy investment, really. That's about it. I don't even think having 5 works would be a bad thing, because guess what works do? They cost population, so they actually take away from your army size. So, there's a bit of a trade-off there. If you want to have 5 coin works, yeah, your economy will be stronger, but your army size will be cut down by 9, right? Well, actually 15, because each works costs like 3 pop. So times 5, that's like 15 of your army pop. Plus your normal number of villagers. You gotta consider that a real risk, Yeah. So here's some of those Zinglins right now. Note how, even though as Haitian units leave their radius of their town center, they do gain extra damage. So notice how Zinglins only do about 18 hand attack when they're far away, but do note that they're a 1 pop unit. But then when you look at the multiplier against villies, they actually deal about 36 damage against villagers. So while they are pretty mediocre, they're not mediocre. They're like coyote runners against everything else, but against villagers, they're about as strong as Yulons, just about, which makes them quite brutal actually against vills. Let's see. Ooh, almost got that one. I saw the Zinglin moving his sword into a strike, and he just missed it. So what is he gonna do here? They're gonna get this one though. They're gonna get this Ville. That one is down. That one is down. Barracks is coming up over here though. Doggo is not safe. Doggo will probably get in. wink, wink, nudge, nudge to the stuff in the news lately. Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to go into it too much because otherwise probably have CNN complain about, oh, we're talking about misinformation again. Yeah, I don't want to go too much into that. Yeah, but you get the joke, right? About the Haitians and the dogs and all that. Yeah, yeah, definitely. Alright, so England's taking out the doggos and probably gonna make a pretty good meal out of them there in that skirmish. Definitely. Yep. Destroyer of Tyranny. Is that really your best card, man? I would just get one of these crates myself, or maybe the works buildings. I just don't feel like that's probably the best use of your res, personally. Yeah, because you know what Kapi does? He just spams muskets. You know, he just goes line infantry, and just stacks them infinitely, just about. So, kind of have to be ready for that sort of thing there. Here comes a falconet. Oh, okay. So Kapi did go with a semi-FF there. Very nice. Very nice, actually. I think that's going to make a huge difference, actually. Yeah. Just about. Big time. Yeah. Ooh. Very interesting. Yeah. So where did all the viewers go? It says there's 0 viewers right now watching the stream. Is that true? Is there really no Juanitos here watching a Haiti versus Spain game? Does not make any sense to me whatsoever. Just about. Did my Juanito political humor scare you away? Maybe. I don't know. I'll just keep casting anyways. It's fine. You can watch it tomorrow if you want. We've got Escopeteros here going up against the line infantry. And the Falcon will be a real problem. Because guess what Spain does now? Spain will ship in 2 more falconets right now. So they get 3 cannons instead of 2. 3 cannons. And it's totally cannon. Absolutely cannon. Not non-cannon, it's real cannon. Only 2 Zinglins. I think Bondar's set himself up for failure here. He needs to get Musketeros right now. You need to get Musketeros like right now. I'm literally forcing you to get Musketeros like right now. Because if you don't get Musketeros, the mass of the cannons and line infantry destroys you. Escopeteros, yeah, great against muskets, but bad against cannon. Cannon's bad. Cannonball's very bad. Very bad. Alright. There's the 5 viewers back. Alright, that makes a lot more sense. Because I was like, wait a second, where is everybody? Went from 5 to 5, like I was checking there was like 9 people watching before I went down to 0. Like, whoa, what happened? Like, what happened? Alright. That's looking a bit more normal. Alright. That's cool. So, Bushateros. See? I told him do Bushateros and he's doing it. But, you gotta get another barracks. Because you don't have a lot of time, my friend. You gotta catch up. You gotta catch up. Get another barracks like right here, right now, and start double queuing these things because you're gonna need to do it for your very life right now. He's getting a house. He is getting a house. Oh, because he's blasting him in the front of his base, he's gonna start losing casas, muchas casas to that. So that's gonna be a pretty big concern. Can it? Yeah, I still get the other barracks though, because you're gonna have to start queuing these things up like crazy. Could ship the 6 Escopetero. Actually, you could get the Yulons out of here. Actually, the Legion Diabos. Yeah. Yep, the Diabo cavalry. They're basically immigrant Yulons. You could combine that with the Musketeros and get a pretty good strike force on the cannons. Force the line infantry to group up against them, and then the Musketeros just shred through them with their splash attack. That's how you're supposed to use assault, you know. You're supposed to force them to group up their heavy infantry, and then the assault units just do really well in those circumstances against, like, grouped heavy infantry. They could be good against isolated heavy infantry too, but where assault units really shine is in big fights against the heavy infantry units where they can get a leg up on him. Alright, so yeah. Does he engage? He does have enough, okay, so he's gonna go for an attacky. Bad timing with this. Like, get over here. Like, just strike. Because I don't think he's gonna get an opening by doing this. He needs to go in with the Escos. Just, hit him head on here, man. At this point, I would just start attacking something. You know what I mean? Something is better than nothing, Because the Musketeers are kind of made to deal with the, heavy infantry, but yeah, this was a bad setup here by him. He kind of just went in at the wrong time and the wrong numbers. So yeah, just not the best situation to do that. Oop, we all make mistakes, so I guess that's that. I think it just came down to Kapi doing a much more advanced build there with the 3 cannons, I think. That's what I think, honestly. Yeah, big time. Alright, so military units and resource. Yeah, Kapi kind of just played that one like he usually does by outplaying the opponent. Yeah, just about. Alright, so now we're going to go into the second one. So I guess Bondar is going to keep playing as Haiti. And we're going to see Kapi change up the Civ to, I believe, the Ottomans now. At least if Kapi's being honest with his Civ pick, because we've seen sort of strange naming before here, but we'll see. Record games, and what would it be called? Because these are not given a more sorted name. These ones are actually a bit different. This one would be called Navahotomans. Wait a minute, you're going to make Navajos as the almonds? I want to see this. And you're right here, Navahotomans. So maybe the almonds with Navajos. So what map is it to have Navajos on it? Yeah, this looks like a map that has Navajos on it. It is, I believe this is Baja, California, I believe. Yep, so we got Navajo, yeah. So he's going to do Navajo TP with the almonds. Alright. I mean, that's definitely a different way of doing it. My only critique is, why not just use Abyss Gunners? I guess at this point, Kapi's just trying to get creative or something. He's tired of just being everybody with Janissary Abyss, so he's probably just going to do Janissary Navajo now and say, you know what, I'm so good, I can defeat you with literal Navajo skirmishers. And that's a pretty good show of foresight thing, so we'll see. Alright, so almonds and patience still. This is a bad matchup for Haiti. Almonds most generally destroys Haiti very easily. The Janissary Abyss build just really destroys Haiti really bad. I'll say that from facing many opponents with it. Whether it's Kapi or MCMR or... yeah, anyone running almonds against Haiti's going to have a very easy time. Unless they're really blundering. If they blunder it hard, like they're not paying attention, not building quick enough, yeah, Haiti can become a problem. But if it's like a fully well-macroed Ottomans, they can usually just clean the board with Haiti. Because what the Ottomans get with their pop is just much better than what Haiti does. Unless Haiti can get a large stack of Musketeros, I believe. Yeah. If you get a large stack of Musketeros that really outnumbers the Ottomans' force, and they somehow don't get to H3 with Safahis and ways of shaving off the Musketeros like Cav Archers, I mean... yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So maybe Kapi actually simps with Bondar here and says, you know what? I'm going to go Navajo Janissary, so you might actually have a chance. Maybe. Maybe he's being a Juanito Bueno today. Juanito muy simpático to his fellow Juanito Bondar here today. We'll see, though. We'll see. Time will tell. But, yeah. I'm going to be watching this one very closely to see what Bondar does versus what Kapi does, because that could sort of tell where this match goes, honestly. Yeah. I mean, compared to last game, yeah, Haiti just has more problems here because Almonds too could just go FF into 2 Falcons with the Janissaries, and the Mushatero Escopatero mix that he was doing there before is going to have even more problems because what makes the Janissaries hard to deal with Haiti is the fact that they have more hit points. You know, the Janissaries don't deal as much damage outright to like cav units, but it's just the fact that the Janissaries have more HP that just makes them that much longer to deal with, you know. That being said, Haiti can actually get their own Janissaries through the Arab immigrants, the Gallego. The Gallego is a Arab immigrant Janissary with about the same stats as a Janissary. So if Haiti wants to, they can get their own Janissaries to fight the Ottomans with. And it generally works pretty well, I think. It's definitely much, well, I mean, I think sometimes maybe the Danube Legion Grenadier can do better, but yeah, definitely the Gallego is definitely a good go-to option if you're looking to like really go tit for tat against the Janissaries that the Ottomans are pulling out. Really, yeah. So what does he go with here? He goes with the Artisan. That's the same thing as Corps Master or 400 Wood Politician. Bondar does what immigrant exactly? Is he going to go Germany again, or will he go with the Arabs? I usually go Arabs with Haiti because I just like the Gallego. It just adds much more value onto the board. But that's just me. I mean, if you're dealing with a lot of infantry, you can justify Danube Legion sometimes. But yeah, Gallego just is a good flexitarian option, I think, because it is a literal Janissary. Oh, Polish. He's going Polish. Polish wave, so he might be doing Danube Legion this time. Yeah. The great thing about Haiti is all their immigrant options comes with H2 battalions that you can make, you know. For Polish, you can get the Grenadiers. For Germany, you get hand cav. For Arabs, you get the Janissaries. So, I mean, it's not like other situations like when you go with Italian immigrants or Croatians in H2 and get completely bricked when you don't have any stuff to produce anything. Nah, Haiti has you covered. You always got something. You always got something to work with when you have a shipment and you're looking to spend it somewhere. Same deck, right? Yep. All those cool, wacky voodoo type cards in Age. Wait, he got rid of the hero one and he replaced it with Finca. Mills and plantations are much cheaper and their upgrades cost less. So basically it's advanced mill with advanced plantation, sort of. Not really. No, it's not, because it doesn't make them available earlier. It just makes them cheaper, somewhat, and then makes the text cheaper as well. So it's really good for setting up your late game, I guess, if you really want to do that. Yeah. Now this card's interesting. Powder Monopoly allows Caudillos to sabotage enemy buildings. So yeah, this is a pretty cool ability that the spies only have usually, but it gives it to your Caudillos, which you get as Juanitos, where they can take a barrel of gunpowder and literally blow up a building with it. You know, it's almost like what the P-Tard does, but they don't die. Yeah, it's a P-Tard who is not a... It's a P-Tard that's not mentally P-Tarded, basically, who actually knows how to survive after detonating the device, basically. And instead of blowing up right away, you know, puts a little fuse there and then runs away with his little Juanito Piernes to get away from it, just about. Yeah. So we got about 6 Englands coming in on Haiti's side. Barracks set up from Ottomans. That's the perfect response, I think. This could be naked FF, though. This might not necessarily... Yeah, so... Okay, so here is the Navajo side being developed right now. So we might actually see some Navajos after all, mixed with the Janissaries, just as I expected. Yeah, I don't know how the Navajos are going to do compared to Abascars, but could be interesting. Yeah. Ottomans do have the whole trade route to themselves, so I mean, they will have shipment after shipment after shipment. Zinglins are zinging in for the attack. Zinglins, that's what they call them, Zinglins. It's like a bee. It's like zzz, they sting. They literally sting your villagers' HP till they literally die from their Haitian venom. Yeah, just about Haitian voodoo venom. Yeah, it's purple. That actually sounds like a cool superpower for Haiti. You know, voodoo weapons with purple venom on them. They're poisonous because they use voodoo magic to make them or whatever. Yeah, sounds pretty interesting in that sense. Yeah. That's why all the stuff on Mardi Gras is either like yellow or green or purple. Purple's a pretty big color in voodoo mythology, pretty much. Yeah. Yep. Zinglins are gonna have to zing out there. Zing. Yep. Totally outnumbered, by the way. I mean, 5 Jans with the Explorer. Yeah, I definitely don't want to be in that situation as a Zinglin. It's gonna zing away to early death. Yep. Oh yeah, big time. Yeah, here's those Navajos. We're not kidding. There's actually going to be Navajos. Navajos will be used and potentially destroyed during the making of this video. Just be forewarned. Navajos might potentially be destroyed during the making of this match. Yep, indeed. Because for some reason the Abiscars wanted to stay home. Yeah, this is what the Navajos look like. So they don't have any multipliers, pretty much, but they don't have a skirmish tag, which is interesting. They don't have a skirmish tag, so that means stuff like the Sawars as well as anti-skirms don't actually deal any multipliers against them, which is kind of interesting. But they also don't have multipliers either, so it's like straight up 20 damage against everything. Including cavalry, including artillery, whatever. They're just going to deal full damage. That be at pierce damage. With only about 14 range. Could be an interesting combo, yeah. Right now he's getting targeted down by conscriptos. Juanitos conscriptos right now. Not a bad choice, I mean... Well, a little bit against the Jans, but what are you going to do? Yeah, you kind of have to fight that out some way, I guess. Yep, getting forced back into a retreat now. Yep. It's going to take those ones out with that. Yep. There you go. Ooh, interesting. Muy interesante. Ah, take out the Explorer too. Ooh, nice. Very interesting. Alright, so what is Haiti even going to do as a response to all this stuff? They've kind of just got a royal flush in their base. Like, their whole army's like gone. And they even lost a house, so they're actually house now. Who knew if you didn't have a house, then you'd get house? Get house without the house. How can you have a house and be house? You don't have the house there, but you're still housing yourself. I don't know. Housing is housing, I guess. House. Casa. 8 Escopeteros. Without any support, it's kind of not going to do too much for you there. Yep. Try to do as much splashy as possible, pretty much. Let me see. Yeah, start chopping. 5 villagers. No, those are garrison villagers. Alright, I was like, oh wow, we shipped about 5 villagers. That should be pretty good. Like, nope. Not today. Definitely not. So, what do we got here? Alright. Armin's going H3. Yep. Going H3 with the political exile. That's the same thing as the exiled prince, mind you, so it just means a faster age up, but you don't get anything else. No resources, no units, no special upgrades, just a plain old fast age up, so you can get those really nice timed Ottoman H3 shipments ready to go. Yeah, Tufal, Safahi, Mamluks, all those. Yep, he's got them all. All the ones except for the Manchu ones, I think. Actually, Augments get 2 different Cav Archer mercenary shipments now. I think they get the Tatars and they get the Kabardans as well, which are the Circassian Cav Archers too. I think have their own special stats as well, so that's pretty interesting. Janissary combat. Funny note, Armins do not get veteran or guard upgrades in Wars of Liberty, so they do have to wait till Imperial Age to actually get any sort of formal upgrade, just about. Yep. Alright, so 20% HP, 20% attack. Alright, so let's go right over here. Navajo Warrior Societies. So we got a veteran upgrade on that. That's a lot of food. That is a lot of food, though. Just saying, putting that out there, man. That's a this is sort of a problem, though, in learning multiplayer Age of Empires games. You cannot like float resources like that and not spend them. You gotta spend them, man. Especially when you know you're outnumbered in an army. Like, this is something I've seen people say all the time in like Age of Empires 3, Age of Empires 2, Age of Mythology, AoE1, AoE4. To newcomers, just make sure you're spending your resources. It's never good when you're flowing that much of one resource. It means you're not, number one, you're not macroing correctly because you should have other stuff like wood and coin that you should be working with. And two, it means you're not training anything. You're not making stuff. You need to be making towers, units, walls, whatever you need. Survive. And now he's just not doing that. Well, he could have like, you know, some more wooden stuff to, you know, get 2 queues of stuff, 3 queues of stuff. He just doesn't. And now the man just lost his chicken coop. Just lost his chicken coop. That was a big loss. Yeah. Oh, okay. GG. Good game either way. Always here to impress. Yep, definitely. Kapi games never fall short. You know, Kapi 90% of the time wins outright. Except when he plays Brazil. When you play Brazil, it's never gonna end well. Yeah, fortunately. And what can you do? You know, still can be a hard civ to learn. So I understand you on that one. Just about, yeah. So now we will boot up into the game again and find our next recording. Right now, just about. So what do we got right here? We got record games, and what is the file called exactly? It is called Unstoppable Redcoats. Almost as unstoppable as the Streletsy. Now, Unstoppable Streletzys are the most Unstoppable Streletzys are the most unstoppable thing in the world, but Unstoppable Redcoats, well, just ask the Americans during the American Revolution. If you want an answer on that one. So, yeah, just about. Yeah. So, what are we doing here? So, it looks like he's going to be doing another series against Kazan. And then he's going to do some more other games that he set up here, too. Okay, so this should be pretty neat. Let's see Unstoppable Redcoats right now. It's right over here. This one. Again, Kazan is a really nice opponent for Kapi's level, so this should be a really nice, clean fight, I think. Just about, yeah. Definitely not to disappoint. So, yep, Kapi's going to do British, and Kazan's going to do Bolivia. You know, he's feeling confident. He's thinking, you know what? You know, I can take out this Juanito Mexicano. I can play Bolivia like the Juanita Boliviana and defeat him. Again. Not uno, but dos tiempos. Or whatever. Yeah, just about. So, I mean, Haiti can be a really bonkers civ when used properly. If you don't know how to use Bolivia, though, Bolivia can be a pretty mediocre civ. I'll put it that way, because I still haven't learned how to properly do Bolivia every time yet, the macro and all that. Like, I know the builds, like the OP builds, and they are truly OP builds to do, but if you don't get them right, it can get a bit tricky to pull off, honestly, so you kind of just have to plan it out, I think, and figure out what works well for you there. Yeah, kind of. You know what I mean? Main builders normally just go War of the Republicatas, like grab all these, like this one, this one, this one. Best thing of all on this map is the fact that the trading posts are away from the town centers, so that means you can actually nab all three of these, and then just grab these native sites and go full throttle native rush. Or you can sort of do it without that, like Kazan did in the last game, relying more on Pardos and Musketeros to be the main fighting force with the K-Arunas. It's really up to you what you do, really. Really depends, just about, yeah. But we'll see. We'll see if Kapi can actually win with the British here. Yeah. Should be a much trickier fight, because Redcoat's very strong musketeer. The main thing about the Redcoat is, while it is more expensive than the Musketeer, it does have extra multipliers against cavalry. Like, you know how a normal Musketeer does 3x against, like, Hussars? Well, the Redcoat does 4x. It does even more damage against the assault units, too. So, I mean, yeah, you don't want to mess with the Redcoats at all. Looks like Kazan is celebrating Mother's Day by sending the card Mother's Day. And then we'll probably get a secondary shipment after that. Is there any War of the Republicatas in this deck? No, he's just sticking to what he knows works best, If it works, yeah, that's a good rule in life, If it ain't broke, don't fix it, If you can beat Kapi with the deck, just don't change it, because you could probably beat him again. Or at least that's what we hope to think, right? If Kapi loses this Brazil, he'll just fall back on Germany, Japan, and the Kapi 3 or 4. Those really signature OP Kapi civs that destroys universes and universes around just about. Yeah. So we got extractivism here to bring in some extra resources just about. And, yep, that should be pretty good eco-wise. Did he do something to this deck? It looks a little bit different. Looks a slightly bit different. Yeah. So in terms of, like, units to rush with, he's got a pretty good stack. He's got 5 Musketeros. He's got about 6 Francotiradores, which would be these. These are basically mounted crossbowmen. Well, they don't use crossbows, but they have that early skirmisher type stats, but on top of a horse. Right. Because remember, it's possible in Wars of Liberty to have a cavalry unit be a mounted skirmisher without necessarily being light cav. So, yeah, these guys literally would not take any multiplayer damage from skirms, but they might from, say, something like Sawars or Houts, anything with like an anti-skirmisher based multiplier. Or an anti-skirm, actually, for that matter. So, yeah. Main difference between mounted skirms and dismounted skirms is mounted skirms tend to move a lot faster. That's kind of like their main caveat. But a lot of the times the mounted skirms might actually have higher armor values compared to their dismounted counterparts too, which makes them a bit more expensive overall typically. Yeah. Ooh, Dr. Maxie's here. Zup, Stoletzi, what up? We just streaming some more casted games here of Kapi. He's doing I believe a 4-game series against Kazan now. This isn't the first game we've seen, though. We've seen a separate isolated game against Kapi, against Kazan before. Actually using this civ, the Bolivians. Before Kapi was using Brazil, which he's still training as, Actually, the last time we saw Kapi use Brazil, he actually lost to Mehmet Khan, and this time he lost to Kazan using the Bolivians. So we're going to see. There might be a day where Kapi wins as Brazil in a 1v1. And I don't know when that's going to be, but it'll definitely happen at some point, Because people, it's hard to learn Brazil, I think, for people that aren't used to their special villager training system. But there's some players like, I believe, Kaiser and Jeff who can play Brazil, like, really well. Especially in team games, They can really get out huge masses of the Voluntario Patrias and just go for huge, like, full-on pushes just about with them. Yeah. Pretty bonkers stuff overall, I would say. Yeah. So where's he going with now in terms of immigrants? Croats? Oh, Japan. He's going Japan this time. Alright, so this is a bit different. Japan... I think Japan, when you play, you get to use all their cool stuff, is one of the more stronger and funner immigrant options, because they get sort of all the cool perks of, like, the Japanese Civ. They get the shrines, they get the cherry orchards, they even got the dojos too. Like, you can get actual dojos as Japanese immigrants, and then you can continue to produce some of the Japanese immigrant units through those dojos constantly. In terms of immigrant unit options, they have an immigrant version of their Shigumas, and they have an immigrant version of... Well, it used to just totally be just like a total clone of the Gunto Rider or the Nagi, but it ended up being reworked a bit to lose its multipliers and to have the ability to heal other units. It's called a Cavalry Medic, so it's basically like a Hussar that heals other units. It's also very fast. So yeah, Japan immigrants can be pretty strong. And the other thing that makes Japan really strong in the late game is if you make it to Imperial Age and you only stick with Japanese immigrants with each age up, their ultimate power is actually to give you a second ultimate building, which in the case of Bolivia would be a secondary. What's that thing called? It's called the... I don't see it here. It's basically the... I think it's the Sociedad Folklorica. Yeah, that big giant native embassy that shoots fireworks out of it. Well, not the enemies, but it just shoots fireworks up in the sky, which is pretty cool. But what it does is, I think it doubles the build limit of native warriors, or something along those lines. And, especially as a civ that specializes in natives, that's actually pretty good, Because you can actually get some really large armies of natives on a map as Bolivia. Because you might not even have natives on the map, but you can still use the Sociedad Folklorica with some of your infinite native warrior shipments and these Keirunas, mind you. Just to get like 100 or so natives or something crazy like that. I don't think it's quite 100, but it's quite substantial, It's a combination of like their dragoons and various musketeer types. So really good against the cav and to a lesser extent the artillery, I would say. Yeah. Getting the stonewashing now. This is basically the Juanito's version of the placer mines. Whereas Kapi is very happy with going to age 3. Probably to get another upgrade up on his red coats. And to sort of stick to sort of the same schema he's been sticking to lately with the British. What Kapi usually does is he masses up a bunch of red coats with the veteran upgrade. And then he stacks in all these household blues as assault units to back them up. Yeah. Because though these assault units don't have splash attack like their southern cousins in France, they do have some really good tanky stats overall. And they can go stealthy too with the card in Age 4. Yeah, the Moonlit Charge. Used to be a very controversial card that made a lot of Juanitos very angry when I used it. They go like, why are you using that? It's too OP. I can't see where they're coming from, They can't see it because, well, they're in stealth, You could have, like, villagers on the mine in the middle of the map. And, the household blues would be in stealth, and I'd pull them out stealth, and these are back in the days when they had one splash still, they would just cut through them. Because, yeah, So what happened in one of the earlier patches is I guess they nerfed the Cuirassier class by number one, reducing the Cuirassier's splash from 2 to 1, and then the Household Blues from 1 to no splash at all, basically. So, yeah, Cuirassiers still have splash. It's just not as substantial, I think, as it is in the Definitive Edition game, but it's still there. Whereas Household Blues mainly have to rely on their beefy HP and attack stats to really be justifiable in a lot of skirmishes. Mostly good for like anti-musketeer combat mainly, and just good for like protecting stuff in the back, whether that's green jackets or artillery really. We got the red coats here, and now we're going to see some two Falcons coming out. In Wars of Liberty, by the way, they call them foot artilleries, but they're just falconets, you know, for those who only do Definitive Edition stuff. Those are just falconets. Same stats, same appearance, even the same upgrade names, right? They become field guns in Age 3, Age 4, I should say, with the guard upgrades. So, yeah, you could just call them falconets for our purposes. British also gets an early factory, too, in Age 3 that they can translate to lots of trickled resources in Age 3, and it gives them a nice leg up by the time they get to Age 4 to get a nice stack of rockets, actually. A really good stack of rockets there. So we got about 10 red coats and about 2 cannons in the back. These Kaorunas are both outgunned and outmassed, I would say. So, yeah, they're going to go down. Kazan better come up with something here, I think. You know, and he doesn't have necessarily the strongest unit mass build, I think, for Bolivia. Because if he wanted to really do well in this situation, I think what he would probably want to do is have some of those stronger infinite shipments of the Francotiradores in Age 3 and 4 and just rely on those. Because honestly, a good solution to this mass is to just do Francotiradores, because it's a mounted skirmisher, and because it's a mounted skirmisher and not an infantry skirmisher, it means that falconets actually don't deal any multipliers against the mounted skirms, but they will against the dismount skirms because they have the infantry tag. Yeah, so that's again another difference between mounted skirms and dismounted skirms. Is mounted skirms suffer no multiplier from artillery, as long as it's only a multiplier against infantry. If it's like the machine gun or the field gun in World War I age, those will also deal multipliers against cavalry, so that still is going to be a serious problem. And the reason why I think they have all those different multipliers is just to make sure that they establish themselves as a more elite cannon, really, right? Like, even good against things like your Imperial Hussars, your Imperial Lanceros, that sort of thing. Yeah. I do wish we saw some more Great War Age gameplay in these multiplayer matches, you know? Like from someone like Kapi or Eternity or MCMR, just getting up to age 6, if you want to call it that, because it literally used to have an Age 6 sign on it, and just go for that big World War I mass of tanks, planes, and yes, automobiles, you know, armored cars with the machine guns attached to them. So yeah, especially in this patch, now the Great War Age, big weapons like the armored cars and tanks feel a bit more accessible now, I think, and viable. You know, they're no longer going to get completely curb stomped by the soldier class anymore. They literally will be more viable as a support unit, I think. Because what we had for the longest time as a problem in the Great War Age is that the soldier class was just too OP. Because not only did it just have generally good stats to fight everything, but it also had a tech called anti-tank rifles that gave it a strong multiplier against artillery, so that they could not only snipe cannons, but snipe tanks and armored cars, because, as you would expect, they have an artillery tag. And what makes the tanks and armored cars really weird is that they're actually the only artillery units in the game that also has a scout or assault tag. Yeah, because normally Scout and Assault are classes that are only assigned to cavalry and cavalry equivalents, right? Like either Eagle Runner Knights on foot, or Coyote Runners on foot, or on the case of mounted camels, elephants, and horses, and whatever you can mount as well, because in Wars of Liberty, those are not the only animals that units can mount as well, because if you look in the case of the Swedes and their Sami native allies, they can actually ride on top of the moose, an actual full Bullwinkle-sized moose, with their multicolored uniforms. Some Sami, I believe, can be red, some can be green, some can be blue, like the basic colors. But yeah, in general, you can actually make mounted moose cavalry as the Swedes. Yeah, so those two would have the shock tag. But if you want to see an assault or scout unit that doesn't have a shock tag, just see some tanks that have the artillery one instead of the armored car. And that was a good implementation by the Wars of Liberty team to make sure that tanks and armored cars could be effectively separated from the cavalry class. Because I remember in the early days there was a lot of debating on how they were going to do the tags and the stats for the tanks and the armored cars to make it so you wouldn't literally just be able to take an army of pikemen and just destroy an army of tanks with pikemen. Like, imagine a 16th century army of pikes and crossbows or blunderbuss just completely dominating against an army of tanks and armored cars with their machine guns. It would make no sense, right? Yeah, definitely not. Definitely not. Yeah, because we'd probably see pike and shot armies to this day if that was the case. If you could just take an army of pikes, just hold off an army of tanks with big pointy sticks, just about. Yeah. Right now, I think Kazan's just not finding his mark right now against this British. Definitely not. What's bad now is now this British is going to the Guard Redcoat upgrade. So now these Redcoats are going to have even more stats on them, be even stronger. And where did this covered wagon come from? Well, British got married to the Portuguese princess, basically. Because if you haven't seen any British gameplay from Wars of Liberty before, British don't get normal politicians. They don't have any politicians, It's got the Queen of England, basically, Queen Victoria. So you don't need any politicians. All you need is to marry, so you can have more kings and queens, right? And the British get around in this game. They can sleep with just about anyone to get married. It could be Greek, could be French, could be Danish, could be Spanish or Swiss or Dutch or even Indian. They can go for something a bit more brown, a bit more tan. Or they can go American, Canadian, or South African. Yeah, South African. So, the British get married and divorced a lot of times in this game. Just like an American marriage. It lasts about 6 months and it's off to the next marriage. And the next one and the next one. Yeah. If you're the woman, it's great because you get half the man's pay. But if you're the dude, not that great, You lose the kids too and probably the house. So it's not that good. But if you're female, it's pretty awesome, Lots of money, a house, and kids. Lots of money to take care of the kids too, because they're going to sit there and scream and yell skibbity toilet and whatever. So you got to be ready for that sort of thing. Yeah, definitely. Yep, these are up to guard already, so I think Kazan's panicking right now. He's got to come up with... He's still in H2. What is this man gonna do in age 2? I don't know. Macheteros? Okay play. I mean, well, I don't know. That's a good question, actually. I just don't know what's gonna happen with this one. Good question. Good question, actually. Yeah, this will be pretty interesting, though, to say the least, because I think it's going to come down to the fact if Kazan can mass up enough Musketeros, get them to at least veteran upgrade. Is that it? And one good thing, too, with Bolivia is you do get combat cards for your Musketeros, even though, conveniently, Kazan did not bring any of them here. Yeah, that's going to kind of be a bit of a problem, but we'll see. At least you got Tokoyo Industry that gives you 5 HP to your Musketeros. Wow, 5 HP. That's pretty big. But anyways, that is a really good card because what it does is, well, it gives your regular units only 5 HP. It gives your native warriors 35% extra HP, which means your native warriors go up by like 40 HP, which is very good. It's a very strong native card in that sense. Yeah, so we got Kaorunas here up to veteran upgrade, some unupgraded vanilla Francatiradores. Rockets are out. It's Rocket Man. Rocket Man is coming down. Rocket Man. Yeah, take out that market. Oh, market is completely raised to the ground. Musketeers are up to veteran upgrade. You'd think they would have made like a new upgrade icon for the Musketeros so they wouldn't have the same one as the spear. Yeah, like it would show like an actual machete. That's because in the old days, like in the War of Triple Alliance days, Latin American civs used to not have Musketeros. They actually had just European pikemen. And I'm not kidding. Like most of the Latin American roster in the old days of Wars of Liberty and War of the Triple Alliance literally just used European units. Like Musketeer, Skirmisher, Pikeman, Hussar, Dragoon. And they had like a couple of unique cultural units. Like they had the Carbineer and the Bacamatiro. And then their artillery was special, like the Espide, or the Espide. It's about the same thing as the artisanal cannon is now, just, with a little bit of a different stat makeup. The Pasavantes and the Pedreros and the Granadas, which is just like a heavy cannon that they could train from the foundry. I think you can still make them in the... I don't know if you can still make Granadas in the game. If I were to try them. I think you can if you play We'll See them. You still have Granadas. Very good cannon, Sad to see we can no longer have Granadas. Yeah, as the Latin Americans. Yeah, once you get a death ball that many rockets as British, it's like really hard to really do anything. Yeah, and you know what you can do actually is the British. There's actually a viable naked FF rocket strategy build you can do with them in the team game that is so nasty to deal with unless the opponent is totally prepared and gets culverins. Yeah, even if they get culverins, I think it's still pretty good. Just have to do it more carefully, I guess. But yeah, basically what you do is you go up with the naked FF. You get the Victoria Cross, which you spend one shipment to get, and then it gives you that shipment back plus another shipment. And then you go up to age 4 with the Spanish marriage, grants you another shipment. And by that point, you have like 4 or 5 shipments and just slam 2 rocket, 2 rocket, 2 rocket, 2 rocket. Or you could actually do 3 rockets first because British has a 3 rocket card and then go 2 rocket from there. And at that point, you should already have your H3 factory pumping out even more rockets. Your allies just makes all the other units that your team needs and you just do nothing but rockets. And just micro that thing all by yourself. It's almost like playing Arena. Because that's the sort of unit comps we see in Arena. You get one guy to make one type of unit, like one type of artillery, and everybody just protects it. Yeah, it's kind of cool. It's like seeing Arena, but using in a real team game, really. Yeah, definitely very interesting. Because I remember from Arena, there was always a few people that would always do Lakota, or Sioux as they're called in the Asia Diocese, and just stack up huge lines of the Gatling guns. And not even make any of the Sioux's cavalry or their Wakina rifles. They just go straight up Gatling guns and make lines of Gatling guns. And then you have the China players that would just make flamethrowers and then hand mortars, and then possibly add in some flying throws as well, and they would not even make any infantry or cavalry, and it was just a really good setup overall. Really was, I hope the Arena community continues to do lobbies in Game Ranger, and if they do, they add me, so I can get that little bell every now and then and go ding 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 to let you know, alright, we're doing an Arena game, come on down, 'Cause it's been a while since I remember I tried to do an Arena lobby this Tuesday as part of the ESO online stream, and we did have some joiners, but they either lagged out or they just outright left. because we lack the proper numbers. Yeah. Yep. Yep, definitely pretty sad. There is actually an arena in Definitive Edition too, but I think the number of civs is limited to, I think, United States, possibly Mexico, I believe, and then Swedish, Incas, and then all the legacy ones. Yeah. They gotta add those African civs in there as well as Malta and Italy, you know. I would love to do arena with Italy, because Italy gets so many different types of units. They get the Papal Guards, they get the Zouaves, they get the Almedi, they get the Papal Bombards, and the Schiavonis. Yeah, Italy would be a really good civ for arena in Definitive Edition. And Malta too, I mean, if you let them use all their tongue cards, they could basically bring in any sort of cav or infantry they want, just about. You know, longbows, cazadors, culisses, oprichniks, lancers. They're run-of-the-mill, basically. As well as all their regular stuff, too, which is pretty good, like the hoop throwers and the sentinels and the, basically the hospitaliers. Yeah. Yeah. Right now, though, I think it's just coming down to the fact that the redcoats are just way more upgraded than these guys are right now. Where are the rockets? What happened to the rockets? Where did Rocket Man go? I don't know where the Rockies went. Did they die? I can't remember what happened to the rockets. I was talking about arena for so long that didn't even see what happened to the rockets there. Guess Kazan managed to somehow clean out these rockets. Pretty impressive, yeah. Pretty impressive. Yeah, that just shows you that Kazan really knows what he's doing. He's just a very good opponent overall, really there. Yeah, because now it's kind of like Kazan has... yeah. Well, now he just has to deal with the massive redcoats destroying his villas at this point. He is retreating, though, so I wonder what that's all about. Probably to get some more upgrades. He is maybe going Imperial Age. Can get some Imperial Age redcoats. That might be a good setup, I think. Also upgrading the plantations now with bookkeeping. Gonna get Royal Mint. I wonder when Imperial... I would assume Americans, because Americans will grant the British advanced arsenal tech options at their arsenal. So, yeah. Believe it or not, the British don't actually get advanced arsenal from the home city. They have to marry the American lady in Imperial Age to get advanced arsenal options at their arse, pretty much, to get their redcoats truly to their fullest potential in the British Royal Army, just about. Yeah. So here's the inspired Mosquiteros. Got some rattan shields. Just took that out so you're not getting any more rattan shields as Bolivia. I feel like if Bolivia played this out more to their strengths, they probably would have been a bit better shape here, honestly. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, just because they didn't rely too much on their Francotiradores, which they probably should have here. They might have been able to clean up those redcoats a lot more, and then the Mosquiteros could come in to deal with the rockets, and then you could, you know, start adding natives and all these other great weapons that Bolivia uses. You just gotta make sure you do one thing at a time and do it in sequential order, because if you don't, it becomes very tricky to, you know, deal with in a real match. So it is Lady Jerome of the United States, so you are marrying a American female, so that means you'll probably be married for about 3 weeks and you'll already be divorced. Be looking for another marriage. Just the way it is, man. It's not really a marriage, it's what you call a situationship in the moment. It ends as quickly, if not quicker, than when it started. That's exactly the way it is. Meshitera. Oh, this is a very good... But Kapi might be doing that on purpose, though. Yeah, he might be doing that on purpose. Yeah. Oh boy, look at that. Look at that. Very interesting. Very interesting setup there. Yep, and now we are going to be going to Imperial Age. We don't usually see that a whole lot, so that's very fun when we do see it. But what I really want to see is Great War Age. Kapi, you need to do some Great War Age ups for us. Get some tanks, get some bomber planes, and some war crimes against the Geneva Convention with the Zeppelins. We need to experience that live on the stream. It's been a long time during the Stoletzi stream that we've actually seen Great War Age actually be talked about and used in real time. That'd be like really insane if we saw that.
Ready and eager, sir.
Wait a second. Yeah, he doesn't have enough wood for the red coat. Imperial upgrade, right? No, he does not. Okay. Alright. What do you do then? I like how Kapi's using the choke point of the buildings and the pathing to sort of completely shred up Kazan's army there. That is a really nice tactic that he's doing. I think it'll pay off pretty well in the end. Yeah, I definitely think it will there. Absolutely. Big time. Ooh, nice work there. Big armies of the militia. That's nice. We're going to see it push towards the Bolivian base now. Yeah. Yep, get rid of that one. Get some more Kialunas. What's going on up here? Yeah, look at that big army of Minutemen just running through. The Minutemen are rushing, getting rushed by Minutemen. Seeing it all now. Getting rushed by Minutemen. Big. Very, very strange indeed. Alright, well, there's that one. Got about 3 more Kazan versus Kapi games to go, and then we got some other games after that too to look at. So this should be pretty fun. Just go through some of these post-game stats, and then we can get on to the next one. So our unit, gather, and then shipments. Shipments is pretty good. Yep. Alright, there we go. Let's get on to the next one now, I think. Get this ball rolling. Yep, let's get that loaded up right here. Nice, nice, nice. So, what do we got here? So, what's it called? If I look at the Discord right now, it is called Marines OP. Yes, Marines indeed can be very OP. So, let's see what the Marines do this time around. Let's see. M is for Marine. Here we go. Here we go. So it's Kapi using Japan. So I'm guessing he's probably going to do an American consulate allies build with Japan, which is pretty interesting. What's the map? So Mappy is Alaska. It literally looks like Alaska. You know how Alaska's shaped. It literally looks like Alaska coming into the Bering Strait just about. So it's pretty cool. You got like a lot of like a lot of silver mines out throughout the map, and then as you get towards here, you get some of those gold mines. based on the Alaskan Gold Rush, and then you have nuka settlements too. You see a lot of these in like competitive Definitive Edition play. I always see these being used by either the Aztecs or another Civ to just go crazy with them. So yeah, might be interesting to see if we see those here or not. Especially if Kazan could actually go Nuka if you really want to, I would assume. Yeah. Mainly because Canada's a really good wood gathering Civ because of their log cabins at Tricklewood. So yeah, I could actually see Canada doing some sort of a Nuka attack with another unit possibly. Yeah. And that's making me think now, maybe he's talking about Kazan's Marines. Maybe. Because Canada gets Tropas de la Marine, which is another like naval infantry. But it's situated in such a way that it's actually really good in just general combat. The HP is a lot lower than other Marine infantry, but its attack is higher, so it actually can blast its way through infantry pretty easily, as well as that of artillery as well. Because as you know, naval skirmishers in Wars of Liberty, instead of having the traditional multipliers, have multipliers against siege units, so your grenadiers, your petards, your rams, and your Prushniks, and they have multipliers against artillery. It's all based on stats that you have in Definitive Edition with the Marines, like the actual Marines that the United States can upgrade their Minutemen into. So, yeah, if you want to know where that sort of stats thing came from, it's actually from DE. Yeah, recently the Wars of Liberty team, on some of the balance things, has used Definitive Edition as a reference for a lot of stuff, I think. Which is pretty good, you know. It helps out quite a bit, certainly. Yeah, so definitely looking forward to more changes in the future, like new civs and so forth, as well as new additional reworks to some of the old civs, I think. Yeah, definitely. Alright, so what do we got here? So we got Japan going on to their cherry orchards, and we got Canada just chopping wood. There's a reason why Canada's chopping wood, by the way. It's because the initial... Actually, so Canadian Egypts don't actually cost food. They actually cost wood instead of food. So it's really 800 wood to get to Age 2. So that's why you see them here chopping wood with all their regular villagers. And then to get some food so they can keep queuing up villagers, what you do is you train fur traders. You know, these guys. The fur traders, pretty much. Because these guys can only gather from food resources. They can hunt from animals, they can gather from berries, as you can see, and they can farm at a mill, you know. So they're not all woodsmen. They can live a sedentary life at a farm and eat corn and carrots and turnips and whatever. So at least they can live a varied lifestyle, I guess. That's always good. Interesting choice. So instead of going for the full fur trader shipment, which is this one, he did go for the one that gives him the extra hero dog. Yeah, because Canada gets 2 hero units. They get the fur trader, which is a hero unit, or is it still? Yep, it's still a hero unit that is mainly like your old school explorer that can shoot and stuff. And then you get your real explorer, though, this guy. And why is he your real explorer? Because your doggo doesn't actually die. Like this dog here that got injured. Like that. Just about. So yeah, he was injured. And now he's doing alright. He can get back in the action, start biting this wolf. A wolf getting bitten by a bunch of regular dogs. You don't see that every day, right? No. Wolf getting preyed on by your everyday doggo in Canada. Definitely very scary indeed. Yep. So yeah, it's kind of weird in a way because these fur traders can actually be killed. And not only that, they have villager tags, so things like a Prishniks and even the Zinglins of Haiti can actually destroy Canada's economy by ripping through these fur traders. But in the case of the doggos are like immortal. The doggos will live forever and ever, really. Yeah. Aging up with whom exactly? with Louise Joseph of Montcalm. So this person belongs to the Quebecois faction of Canada. For Anglophone civs such as USA, Canada, and Australia, instead of normal politician setups where you can just do whatever, the Anglophones have two factions set up. Half your politicians in each age group will belong to one faction and the other is the other faction. So, in the case of Canada, half their politicians are considered like modern day Canada or like the English speaking Canada, and then the other half are the Quebecois, the French Canadian, the Quebecois Canadians pretty much. And in the case of here, why that matters is because in each age up, you get a new unique unit. And that unique unit that you get is totally based on the faction you get, right? So if you go with the Quebecois, you get the Troupe de la Marine. If you go with the more British faction, you will get the Foot Guard, which is a grenadier, just about. So either a Marine, Naval Infantry skirmisher, or a grenadier, depending on what you're looking for exactly. And it's like that for the rest of the H-ups, you can either get Metis Rebels, or Fencibles, Mounties, or Mississauga horses, or you can get Vilteguard du Quebec, or the Black Watch. Yeah. See, it's really what you're looking for in the end there, pretty much, yeah. And I think at some point they're gonna have civs that actually have more than two factions. Like I think maybe South Africa and perhaps others. So it doesn't necessarily mean you're only gonna have two factions with the civ. You can actually have, I think maybe 3 or even 4 factions too. Depending on what civ it is. So you definitely have to look out for that, really. Do we see any native site acquisition, or is it just going to be straight up Troupe de la Marine? Alright, so barracks is coming up. And Troupe de la Marine? Yes. Actually, yes. Yeah, these are just really good combat units because, they actually can do good against things other than artillery and grenadiers. Just because their attack is naturally higher. They do more damage, I think, than musketeers do with their base stats. So, yeah, that just makes them really good for combat. Does mean that they have less HP, but, in a lot of situations, just having the bigger range attack will make you better against classes like the musketeer and so forth. Especially when these guys have about 16 range. 32 range attack and 16 range. That is pretty substantial, for combat's sake, you know what I mean? Yeah, one thing is though, definitely make sure they don't get attacked. They only have like 90 HP, so they do fall pretty quickly to like hussars, kilesses, anything that can get up close and just dice their way through them. Or even anti-skirms, they don't even have like pierce armor. They have crush armor because they're naval infantry, and naval infantry gets crush armor because they're meant to be going up against cannons and stuff and able to absorb some of the shock of those cannonballs. So yeah, mainly going to be good against masses of infantry and artillery, really, for these guys. So they're already starting to make a bit of a siege onto the Teshuga Shrine. Yeah. And Kapi needs to come up with a planny. And what a better planny than making shigumas and kies in Japan. These are the world's first ever anime girls. And look at them. They're anime girls. They have red hair. Big red anime girl wigs. These are anime girls. You send them super chats to get acknowledged on stream. That's how they make their living, basically. They wear the whole Japanese uniform and katana and swing their little swords around, so a bunch of hungry and thirsty American simps will send them thousands and thousands of dollars from their paychecks just to be noticed for 1 second. Thank you for the super chat. Give me money. Yeah, just about. That's the way it is. But, it's fun. As long as you don't spend too much money, I've heard some crazy cases of people like spending their whole paycheck during a stream for super chats. It's like, man, how are they spending that much money? They must be rich. And it's like, yeah, I hope that they're rich. I've heard it. I heard of a case in China where the father, I guess, was really into the streams and stuff, and he actually ended up selling his kid for $100,000 or something, just so he could send super chats to a streamer. And it's like, wow, that's very disturbing. It's like, I mean, you're literally a dad. Don't you have like a wife or something? Why do you have to send super chats for her? Is she that much of a hassle for you? I mean, really? I don't know even how that happens, you know? It's not like it's in America, it's in China, where, you know, you got a lot more of the sort of traditional-ish gender roles and stuff, where the wife has to appeal a certain way to the husband. So, I mean, and I'm surprised in that more, like, old-school sort of society, they have problems with the men where they feel like they need to send women super chats in the streams, you know? Because, you know, one of the big problems in China is there's more men out there than women, I believe, so it's not guaranteed in China that you're ever going to get married as a male. So yeah, he was actually, if he had a kid, that means he at least had a partner at some point. So I mean, I'm kind of surprised that he got sort of into the situation where he would need to send all that super chat donation money to the streamers, and feel like he needs to do that if he's already been successful once in that way. Definitely very disturbing. Absolutely. Just like how disturbing it is that Tropas de la Marines are destroying Kapi. Look at this Juanito scrambling for his defenses here. What's even worse is he's got spontooners to siege down his Teshugu shrine. And these are simply just Anglophony pikemen, just about. Yeah. Big time. Yeah. In this case, these troopers are just going to have an easy time with these Kies because they're doing literally 32 range damage. So that's doing a lot of damage, even for these guys' pierce armor. So yeah, they're just going to beat out all these, really. Where's Japan, really, in terms of res, in terms of reserve? Like, they can't really spend on much else. I mean, they only got, like... And he's on top of the wood, too. He's got about 27 bills, is that right? He's going to lose the Teshugu Shrine right now. Oh, boy, that was a big loss. Because now the shrine trickles are going to go down now. Can ship in... How many shipments is he on? He can get another Shiguma, he can get a Kie, and he can call in Siago Takamori, his Japanese general there, to send some help. After he loses that, he doesn't have anything else to work with. Oh, it looks like he sent Red River Rebellion, so he's got some Metis rebels here. This is a really powerful card Canada can do in Age 2. That basically allows him to access the Rage 3 Skirmisher on the Quabequois side. And gives it to the entire team. So if you have like a team of like 4 people, it's like giving the whole team like 16 skirmishers, really. Well, not to an individual player, but you know, one player gets 4 skirms, the other gets 4, the other gets 4. So it's really like on a team size, army size, that brings you up by like 16 in total. Yeah, it's quite good actually. Quite good. Yep, Tropa de la Marines just having an easy time here, I think. Now the Spontooners can go right after the town center. At this point, Cappy's just like, yeah, not even afraid to have his... Not even afraid to keep his villages out there and start gathering res, because it's do or die right now. Like, he just has to keep making more Shigumas if he hopes to survive this. Really. Sends the Spontooners in to strike the, Okay. Takes out another villager. That's pretty big. Quite substantial. How much res is he on? Nah, he's far from getting extinguished in terms of res. And now he's going to queue in even more villagers, too. How much vills is Japan on right now, mind you? So they're on about... They have about 24 on the field. And then Canada's got like 1 more on the field than them because they probably stopped and smelled the roses and did some combat. Yeah. Yep, Spontooners gonna get cooked. I don't even think they're even gonna do one. They're gonna do a little damage there. As far as doing a huge amount of damage, nah, definitely not. Gets the fencing school now, so these queues of the the Trupa de las Marines are going to occur much faster than what Kapi's doing with his units right now. So yeah. More Trupa de las Marines are coming out right now. Like Kapi. These were good, but you gotta keep them alive, man. Just don't leave them. He's gonna just shoot them now. Yeah, just attack. We'll get some kills, yeah. It's not the worst idea. Not the worst idea, actually. Yeah, I did take out some skirms there, so I mean, he did level out the playing field a bit by doing that. How much Trupa de Marines is he on? He's on about 15, and he's got fencing schools, so these wills train much faster. Yeah, fencing school in general is a really good card for Canada because 3 of their like unique unit sets that they get throughout the game are all infantry. Like they only get 1 in A4 that's built around cavalry pretty much. So yeah, fencing school will actually benefit like 6 units in your roster, which is phenomenal. You know, 6 units, that's a pretty good deal, really. And they're all good units, too. I mean, well, actually, no, not really the Spontours and the Militia because they're, like, archaic and they don't get upgraded that much. But for the Riflemen and all the unique units that Canada gets, yeah, it's totally worth getting. In just about every case. Because, you know, Canada's far from a cavalry civ, but they do get good range cavalry, like good dragoons. Like, they do get a team range cavalry combat card, I believe, that benefits, well, I don't see it here, but I don't know if it's just for, like, maneuver units or it's, like, all mounted range cavalry, like, mounted skirms or whatever, in assault. Yeah, it's pretty good. Just know that. Barracks, doing another barracks? Okay. I think if, Kazan takes some good fights here, he should be able to beat this. I would think. Yeah, we'll see though. We'll see. Get another queue of these.
Bonjour. Prêt. Je le ferai. Oui. À l'attaque. Votre ordre. Chargez.
Yep. Get in more of these. More of these.
Oui. Oui. Chargez. À l'attaque. Chargez. Oui. Chargez. Oui. À l'attaque. Votre ordre.
Yep, go for this. Ooh, nice. Oh, look at that. It's always spraying them. I like Trupas de Marines. They're a great unit. You know? They really are a powerful unit to use if you know how to use them well. And they're pretty fair to deal with too. Because as you can see right here, the reason why Kazan's pushing through is because he's got fencing school and 2 barracks. It's not because the unit is a guard unit, it's just that he's doing well with this macro to be able to mass them out quickly. Yeah, big time. I have to kind of take out some of these now. He's going to get some Spontooners added too to get some siege, I think. Could help if Kapi goes with any Gunter Riders as well, which I'm not too sure if he's going to do here or not. Yeah, I do like how these engagements that Kazan's doing is preventing Kapi from getting to age 3 and really shipping in some pretty big numbers of Gunter Riders. Like, he could get these going and that would be a big problem because he's keeping them scaled down in age 2. It's really keeping it on a level playing field that the Trupas de Marines can actually win in. Just about there, yeah. Does Kazan have any? Yeah, he's got some shipments. He's got food. He's got so that's going to be pretty big because that means that he can actually use that food crate to keep this production of Tropas de Marines going for much longer, actually. Yeah. And eventually he probably will be able to get to age 3 himself and start veteran upgrading these, which will really scale up the attack and a little bit the HP. Ooh, look at that. Good fight there. Good skirmish. Good. Start sieging down some of these buildings. Yep, start taking this one out. Oh, good work. Good work on that one. Soldier down. I think this is the final stretch. Kazan's gonna do it. He's gonna do it. Gonna do it. I mean, if we count the game we saw earlier in the stream, this would put Kazan up at 2-1 right now. So he's actually beating Kapi right now, 2-1. Because he beat him as Bolivia when he was doing Brazil. Now he's beating him as Canada against Japan. So, I mean, Kazan is winning right now. He's winning against Kapi pretty good in this, what could be considered a 5-game series now, if you count the last one. Yeah. Quite good, actually. Quite good. Shrines are going down now. Perfect. Good work on that one. Just gotta take this one out now. Oh, nice. Very nice indeed. Start sieging for those shrines there. Tropas de Marines. Yeah. Ooh, nice. Nice. Good. Yeah, I don't think there's anything Kapi can do to get out of this situation. Especially with that boost to the 700 food. He didn't even pick it up yet, so yeah, he's got this whole map to himself, really. To just do whatever he wants. Next Spontooners are just going to come here and start sieging some shrines. Yep. Oh, frontier defense, yeah, so he's starting to fortify to a tower, so even a big giant Kapi counter offensive wouldn't even do too much there. Where's Japan in terms of res? They still have res, it's just that they're not able to really do much in this case, yeah. It's kind of the problem that they're running into, is they're just not able to get out too far there. Definitely not. Yeah, definitely a pretty interesting situation to be in. But now the Spontooners are taking the front, and they're going to start doing some pretty tough hand attack there. Tropas de Marines in the back, and they'll start pounding some real range attack there. Just about, yeah. Nice. Very good. Ooh, the doggos. The doggos are attacking. Even the doggos are attacking. Oh, yep. Canadian win. I think Canada just counters the Japanese really well if they can scale their Trupa Diamantine gameplay effective enough to deal with their infantry, I think, yeah. And Japan does have the way out of using the gun-throwers, so it does actually offer a pretty interesting match for us, the viewers, to see. Just about, yeah. Barracks is going down, and Kapi's had enough. He's lost his barracks. I mean, now he's just losing buildings now, and I don't think he's going to hold the base much longer at this point, yeah. How's the TC doing? Like, yeah, TC's about on its last legs right now. That should be going down any moment here. For Ming, yeah. Oh, nice, nice, nice. Muy bueno. Muy bueno. Yep, good work. Good work, Kazan. You're up 2-0, 2-1 right now. So, I mean, it's quite impressive, to say the least. I don't think anyone's done that good against Kapi yet. 2-1. Unless I play Zulu, of course. Then I can get Kapi sometimes. If he plays USA, that is. Yep. Just about. Let's see. Shipment totals. Yep. Oh, that was a good matchup. I like that one. Now we're going to go on to the next one now. Ooh, Kevin Rodriguez. These are new records, right? Cap is really bad. Kazan stealing the money. Oh. Yeah. Wait a minute, so Kapi is not good? I didn't know that. Kapi is a nuevo? Juanito Nuevo Kapi? Poor Kapi. Poor Kapi. He does well with certain civs, like some of the musketeer civs. Like Germany and Japan and Austria-Hungary he can do pretty well. So can't count Kapi out usually. He's always going to come back for you. So now we're going to do the next game. Let me see what it's called. It is called Unstoppable Frontovics. So he will use Russia. Let me see that one. This should be pretty fun. Unstoppable Frontovics. We'll see if they're truly unstoppable this game. We'll have to find out. Yep, Kapi and Kazi. Kazan and Kapi. This time we're doing Jebel Musa. In Definitive Edition, this is called Tripolitania. Basically, it's probably the Libyan coast, right? Yeah. So, big thing of this map is you got a lot of defensibility on it. Like, you got these, like, cliffs over here that you can sort of choke point really well with the walls. And then, as you go out into the water, you got this sort of, like, spade-looking extension here where you got a Apache site and a Jesuit site that you can utilize. So, mostly Dragoon natives. And then you got a trade route, too, with about 3 TP on it as well. So, this should be pretty fun to see who can actually take the win here, potentially. Yeah. And what's Kazan using here? Bolivia again. So, I mean, this could be an interesting matchup, honestly. You know? It's not the same beefy stats of the Brits here. And doesn't have the rockets to back them up. So, I mean, we really should see how this one turns out exactly here. Yep. Russia in Wars of Liberty does have some new stuff. Not a whole lot, but a few new things. Namely, they got a change up in their blockhouse roster. So they don't have halbs anymore, but they do have pikemen called Parzans, which, you know, is what we call pikemen for all European civs now, Parzans. But the Russians get Royal Guard ones with the Royal Guard upgrade of Opolshenet or Opolshene. And it's just turns it into a really good siege unit, but also good against Cav. Yeah. And they also get Royal Guard muskets now, or ruskets, Royal Guard ruskets, where they become the Frontovics. That's where Unstoppable Frontovic comes from, just about. And they also get a new unit too, the Plastuni, which is a weaker cousin of the Machitero. So yeah, technically the Kazan's Machiteros will be a stronger version. But what the Plastunis do is, instead of having a splash attack all the time, they only get it as a charge attack that they can perform every, I don't know, like 60 seconds or something. Maybe slightly quicker. But yeah, that's sort of the idea. If you want to make Plastunis work, you're going to have to mass them up a lot more. But the thing about Plastunis is it does give them some more later game viability. Is they cost food and coin instead of food and wood. So if you run out of trees, you can make Plastunis into the sunset, really. Yeah. And it does offer a nice change up of melee cav, since you do still have the Cossack, you know. Cossacks look really cool in Wars of Liberty. They use lances now and have their own uniforms. And yeah, they definitely don't look like Russian hussars anymore. They do have, you know, colorful, vibrant uniforms and with lots of blue on them, basically. Yeah, just about. Kazan's stealing the mind. Yeah, that was a good Kazan game. I wonder if he could pull off another upset here, though. I mean, I'm not too sure how Russia does against Bolivia, honestly. I haven't seen that matchup enough times. I mean, if Kazan can deploy pretty quickly, maybe he gets a run on Kapi. You know, and the thing is if Kapi does go with Plastuni, Kazan will be able to exploit the natives on this map to spray them down, whether that be Apache or the Conquistadores. You know, one of those will definitely suffice as a maneuver unit to take out, yeah, basically the Plastunians pretty much, because they have the assault tag. Now, one thing I wish they would do in the Wars of Liberty team to make the Conquistadors more interesting in this mod is give them one splash, just like they have in Definitive Edition. That'd be pretty cool. Let the Conquistadors actually reflect the stats that they do in DE. Because then I feel like people would use them a lot more on these maps. Not that Conquistadors should still be in the game. I mean, ideally there should be some more modern natives added at some point, but I know that's probably not going to be for, you know, I might already have gray hair by the time that it comes out, so looking forward to do it when I start getting gray hair and, you know, start forgetting things, basically. Start forgetting the stream. No, that would be horrible. Getting dementia and forgetting the stream, that would be very bad. Very bad. Like, people be calling me up, like, you got a stream today, it's Thursday. Like, oh yeah, I forgot. I thought it was, Monday. Sorry. What day is it, son? Is it Thursday? Monday? What day is it? Yeah. I'll probably be streaming. Will I be streaming until I'm 80, 90 years old? Wars of Liberty? Probably, you know. As long as my arms and my legs can still work and I can still see out of these two eyeballs, yeah, I probably still will be casting Wars of Liberty until I'm 100 years old. Fine, you keep giving me lots of Juanitos Jovenes to basically keep recording the games for me. I'll keep doing it. Yeah. Bunch of young Juanitos go like, hey, big gringo muy mayor, why don't you cast some games for me today? Like, of course I will. I'm the Wars of Liberty caster, so I'll definitely do it. Yeah, big time. Putting the blockhouse over here. Pretty aggressive against Bolivia. Bolivia's still aging up, mind you. With the Croats. Croats is probably a good choice here because it's going to jumpstart Kaza and start with the 300 wood. And from there, he'll be able to essentially get, you know, start thinking about his defense. Does he know about the blockhouse placement? He does not. He hasn't even been down here yet. Doesn't even see the fog of war yet, so he hasn't even been in that section of the map yet at all. Which is going to be a bit of an issue there. Run the same. He's running the old deck he had before that had like the silver crates in it and the wood chopping and yeah. I mean, we'll see though. We'll see how this turns out. Carunas, Messateras. I would want to have more H2 shipments if I'm dealing with Russia, to be completely honest. Not that Kapi might just go H2, he might go FF into Falx too, so I mean, you have to be ready for that realization, potentially. Yeah, we'll see though, we'll see. Should be an interesting duel either way. Yeah, just about. Yeah. So you got a Croatian wagon there. Cossacks are already on the ride there, and villagers will have to retreat. That's exactly what they're gonna have to do. They're gonna have to retreat. They're gonna have to wait inside their homes with their little villager hides in the air and hope that nothing bad happens. Just about. Yeah, that's exactly what the villagers are gonna have to do there. Just about. Yeah. Yep. What's going on over here? Trading post is being sieged before our very eyes by. So normally you call Russian muskets ruskets, right? So what would these be? What would these be using Russian terminology from Age of Empires 3? It probably sounds like something else, Scooby-Doo, like Rhine infantry, something like that. That's a horrible Scooby impression, but you get the point. Oh, it's Rhine infantry. Rhine infantry. Light infantry, but it's really bad stats, but super cheap. Something like that. Rhine infantry. Yeah. Just about. And then they become run-stroppable front Trovics. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Run Trovics. Run Trovics. Yeah. Exactly. Just about. I don't know what's going on with Kazan. He's running a bit low on wood there. Is he getting pinned? He might be. And then Russia's just getting the steel traps now. So food is going to be on the menu. You will not have to eat tree bark today, good sir. You're going to be able to eat actual ibex. And what else we got here? We got ibex and ibex and ibex and ibex. Literally ibex everywhere. That's all that there is on the menu today. Except for berries. You can eat berries. Because it wouldn't be Age of Empires without berries. Yeah, exactly. Here comes some more Rhine infantry. Rhine infantry. Just sounds so wrong. Like Rhine. Well, the Rhine is the river, right? Rhine is the river between France and Germany. So it's Rhine and then infantry. What's infantry? That's the word it sounds strange to pronounce is infantry. But Rhine, yeah, I know what the Rhine is, so that's pretty normal. Here comes Cantonists, basically unstoppable Strelitzes that are not unstoppable Strelitzes, but they sort of are unstoppable Strelitzes, so I guess we could call them unstoppable Strelitzes without referring to them as unstoppable Strelitzes. You know what I mean? Yeah. They have some pretty big scarves on, you know? Like, imagine what these Cantonists are dealing with right now. You're in the middle of North Africa, like the northern tip of the Sahara in Libya, and you're wearing scarves like this. Yeah, it definitely helps you out at night where the desert gets cold, but during the day, that's probably going to lead to a lot of profuse sweating, I would imagine, and I'm very surprised they're able to walk at this reasonable speed here in the middle of the northern Sahara during this time of day. You know, you gotta give them credit for that. You know, same thing with these Cossacks. The Rhine infantry are wearing their normal uniforms that they probably normally would when going into North Africa. So, yeah, they're looking a little bit better. But, you know, definitely the Cantonists, they're probably sweating profusely with these huge giant scarves on around their necks. Must be very hot to have on, big time. Alright, so take out some of that. Yeah. Cossacks, take out these. More line infantry there. Rhine infantry. And coin is coming in as well. Yeah, he may as well just go up H3 and get the Falks. And then he can get the Falks, he can get the Cossacks, maybe this. Could get Ransack just to get the siege going. Rhine infantry Ransack. Yeah, well that fits that language pattern pretty well. Yeah. One thing I will say though, why don't you get the infinite shipment of Plastudes in your deck? Because it's an infinite shipment, man. Why don't you get it? Infinite shipments are awesome. They last for like forever, right? Use all the other cards, at least you can use that. You know? Just a minor edit, you know? The rest of the deck looks pretty good. I mean, what do we got here? You got Cossacks, you got this, you got that. You got this, so I mean, what would I even take out to make that work? Maybe the Cossacks, you know, maybe I'd rather have an infinite shipment of Plastudes than 6 Cossacks, I think. In all honesty, you know. Because I feel like, you know, Plastudes are literally shock units too, and they're probably better in most cases with things, unless it's purely anti-skirmisher. In the world of anti-skirmisher, yeah, basically Cossacks are going to do better, but when it's down to like heavy infantry and stuff, yeah. You're going to want an army of Plastudes to deal with that task that you don't see here. Yeah, definitely. Big time. So we see here, we see more of the line infantry going in. It's El Putin. Not Vladimir Putin, it's El Putin. Instead of Putin riding on top of a bear or a horse, he's riding on top of a Juanita Bonita, basically. Yeah. Definitely sounds like El Putin to me. More Kirunas. Yeah, basically Kapi's been really good at just pinning Kaz onto his base here really well. Which you would think is surprising because this is a very defensible position that you could branch off and hit other areas on until you realize that, you know, you do need wood if you want to technically put a wall from this cliff face here down to the Mediterranean over here. You do need a bit of wood to make that work. So you kind of can understand how Kapi, by capping him off at this entrance here with the blockhouse, and now the stable is going to be able to pin him in there. And at this point it looks like, does he have a barracks? Yeah, he doesn't have a barracks. So what does he do? He has to go with Bolivian Syndicate to start getting those Confederate filibusters out of his whatever there. Oh, and this is where he's getting all the natives from, is up here. So he's going to lose that now. And then he's going to get fully forced onto just skirm. And then the Cossacks, they're going to be coming out of that stable now, are just going to clean that up. Very easily. Very easily. Yeah. Some more Karunas just about. Take out these Cossacks now. Yeah, at this point I think Kazan has basically burned through most of his stuff there. He's gonna try to beat his way through some of those Cossacks at this point. Yep. Yep, got a queue of about 5 Karunas, and then it's gonna add some more in after that. Que justicia proclamarás y continuarás esclavizando. Some more Karunas. Yep, got some more Karunas coming out. Bonitos. Alright, so it looks like Kapi has turned this 2-2. 2 wins for Kazan, 2 wins for Kapi. So now we're going to have to see after this one ends who takes the crown. Who takes the crown? Is it Kazan or is it Kapi? Is it going to be Juanito Mexicano or Luis Mexicano? Which one? Which one exactly? Alright, so what do we got here? We got villagers, this military unit population, resources gathered, and then the shipments. Let's see the shipments as well. So there we go. Now we're going to see the 5th game, and then after that we got 2 more matches to look at too tonight. So we got a pretty good collection. Let's get into that one right now. Load right in. Perfect. And so what's this match called exactly? I have to go into the Discord server and check it. Let me look down here. Auf Wiedersehen Kazan. It's Germany versus Haiti. Germany versus Haiti. All right, so that could go many different ways. Let's see how this one goes. Off, jawohl. There you go. I'm seriously very interested in this because I know Kazan can run a really solid Haiti. And what more is interesting is the fact that this is the High Plains. The High Plains has about 5 trade sockets on it, just about. So basically Haiti could get a pretty good start here. Mainly because if you go with the Arab immigrants in your H2 age up, guess what you get? You get a trade rickshaw that you can put on one of these trade sockets and start pumping out XP right away, which goes right into Gallego production. Literal janissaries against the mere virgin German line infantry with their little short soft pretzel sticks. Yeah, so let's see how this one turns out. Alright, so we got Germany here, otherwise known as British that eat pretzels and warm beer, just about. And then we got, on the side we got Haiti, that has, lots of OP infantry. Yeah, just about. So, yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to this matchup. I think it really comes down to how well Haiti can build themselves up, I guess, against what Germany is doing. I have actually beaten Germany's in the past before using Haiti. They just were, they weren't at Kapi's level, I believe. They were basically, it was Delian, I remember. It was during the league, actually. I was playing against Delian, and I used a, Haiti against his Germany, and I was able to do it because I was able to mass in the Musketeros against his stuff, basically. And it was pretty effective, I would say. Pretty effective. Yeah. I think I massed Musketero, Escopetero, some pickets, and then I think the Gallegos. I might have even done some Escoltas, too, for extra measure, because I wanted to have an extra tanky assault unit in there, too. So that's what I did. Yeah, that was a good match. I think it was on Hudson Bay, which is probably one of the. I think I love Hudson Bay. It's one of the best multiplayer maps in Legacy. Between that and Mendocino and Malaysia and Jebel Musa, yeah, it's a really great map. Really is. So now we got some more Civites queuing up for Haiti. Now these villagers, if I haven't mentioned them today yet, are actually really neat because they can actually defy the logic of raiding. What I mean is that let's say you get raided by some Cossacks, right, and you take the Cossacks out. Guess what you can do? You can take these little Civites and you can revive them and turn them into actual zombies. Yeah, because but these villagers don't die immediately. They sit on the floor for a bit, and you get a period of about 5 seconds or so to turn into zombies, and then as what they call a revived Civite, they gather at the same rate of a regular villager, but they move slower. and they have a bunch of spinning stars around their head. It shows that they're a dizzy zombie. I didn't know the zombies were dizzy, but I guess these zombies are very dizzy. I guess they don't know where they're going, but they still walk in a straight line, just very slowly. And the point of that is you're able to negate raids sometimes, but only if you can really get rid of the units that are causing the raiding and make them go away. Because if you can't kill those units, guess what? They can come in and raid again. And this time when they're in the revived state and they're killed, they die for real. It's not like they're zombies that we can keep regrowing again, because, that wouldn't make any sense, right? If you got that Savite chopped up enough to become a zombie, if you chop up that zombie again, he's just going to be a pound of slimy infected meat on the ground. He's not going to be a zombie anymore, because he's going to be missing appendages and stuff. So, yeah, especially on the day of Halloween, by the way, this is definitely a pretty spooky civ for you to be using, just about. Yeah. So we got one more Savite here. Then it's going to be aging up with, let me see. First German wave, just about there. Yep. And what about on the other side? What's Kapi doing? Kapi is going up with Statesman. Nice tower with 200 coin. Kazan will be going up with the Germans. Jawohl. The German traitors to fight the Germans with. Yeah. It's a good month to do it too, because this is the month of Oktoberfest, right? That's already passed. So, yeah, definitely a good choice. Just about. And yep, got some Savites there, chopping some of the wood, just about. Yeah, okay, so what does he have in his deck? We gotta really look at this one in analysis. So he's got 6 Conscriptos, 8 Escopatellos, about 5 Machatellos, 6 Pickets, and about 5 Zinglins. Yeah. And then you got a Copper Tree in Virgin Forest, just about. You got rum industry there and hand infantry hit points. So this is a fully loaded 1v1 deck, which I think is going to be perfect here to deal with Germany. Because what you're mainly going to want to do is you're going to want to be able to get under Germany's skin, while probably avoiding sieging any of their manor houses if possible, honestly. Yeah, just about. Just about. And you're probably going to want to do that from the safety of age 2, because I don't see the Lacau card here. So it's not like you're going to be using Royal Dalmats at all, because that could be an option against Germany if you know the game's going to be prolonged, where you can start turning a lot of those things that you're defeating, right, whether they're military units or villagers, into revived Savites yourself. Because that's what the Royal Dalmat turns the defeated units into, by the way, is revived Savites, so not the regular ones. It turns them into the actual zombies, So technically, the Royal Dalmats in Wars of Libya are technically like necromancers, destroying enemy units and turn their bodies into zombies, just about, to help you do zombie things like chopping wood and mining silver and eating buffalo meat instead of brains. These are well-behaved zombies. They don't eat your brains. They cut up bison meat for you to make bison steaks out of, basically, later on, or deer patties, or pronghorn patties. Yeah, pronghorn patties. PP. Pronghorn patties. Yeah. Doesn't that sound appetizing? Pronghorn patties? Yeah, I definitely want myself some pronghorn patties there. Really. Yeah. Got a redoubt coming up. And what do we got here? Got about 5 line infantry, just about. Up, got about 15 line infantry there. Okay. Is he? Yep, I think he's got enough to take this treasure. What? Oh, it's the El Pollo Guapo. El Pollo Guapo. Is that Gene P? El Pollo Guapo? That must be Gene P. The Chicken Man. Man has a chicken icon on his Steam. Ooh, taking out a villager. This is getting... Oh, perfect. Perfect shot. So, and then he can safely retreat behind the tower. This is looking good so far for Haiti. At least for right now. At least for right now, it's looking good for Haiti. But he does have to be aware that Kapi will just keep doing the line infantry. So pickets need to stay in reserve, right? You can't use them right away. Does need to save them for the phase where Kapi starts doing all the hussars. And that's if Kapi goes for a direct confrontation, because Kapi has the option of just doing it out in age 3 with his skirmisher shipments, right? Because if you look here very closely, he does have 8 skirmishers. And I think he'd much rather want this, and maybe even this as well, the Kida says, on the field to help deal with the infantry when he does. Because that will basically make these conscriptos a lot more useless, really, in real terms. And then, here comes some musketeros now. So he's got some musketeros there. I would say, number one, definitely don't make sure that the line infantry don't get any free snipes on you. Do not give him that luxury. Because if you do that, then it's kind of going to be really hard to sell, I think. So you're going to have to do this very carefully. Very carefully, yeah. You do that. You do that. You do this. Right. Does he have enough numbers, though? That's a question. Now, I think because he's... If he had some more HP on the Explorer there, I think he might have been able to... Alright, well, he's doing... Ooh, we got a good strike there. Perfect. Yeah, really good. Really good. Alright, so Conscriptos doing alright. They do have... Oh yeah, that's the one thing you get is Haiti here and an advantage is he's away from his town centers, meaning Haiti's town center, so his conscripts are actually going to have more range attack than the line infantry do by about 4. Which I think is a pretty clever advantage that he has now. Yeah. Does Kapi still... Yeah, he has his coin still, so he can still get to like age 3 and get that nasty 8 skirmisher shipment if he wants to, I think. So definitely something to look out for here, really.
Sagapet, moi pai, afam, mprafel. Qui ça vous voulez faire?
Let me deploy? Oui, let me deploy. Play it, Juanito. Oh yes, James Mendez. This is a wonderful Juanito Bonito match between Kazan and Kapi. Kazan and Kapi. Sending the rum industry now. This will grant about 2 coin works, basically. Normally you have to play Paraguay to get that, but Haiti thankfully can use that card to get some of those. So what is Kapi? Kapi's just trying to avoid combat in general, I think, and get to age 3. Yeah, he's gonna try to just hide from direct confrontation here, I think. If he can. Takes out a commander house. That's a lot of XP for Kazan. Takes out the market, the Mercado. Now Kapi's going to go up to age 3. with the city planner to get a secondary town center with the covered wagon. And then can ship in about 8 skirmishers, just about.
Oui, ça capte. En avant.
Just take that out. Oh, nice. Take out some of those hussars there.
Moins paré.
Ooh, got all the hussars. Yeah. And now I think it's kind of a problem because now Kapi's got the skirmisher shipment just about on the way as soon as he hits age 3. And he still had a bit of leftover coin too to get some more hussars even. So I mean, this is not looking good right now. What's this, by the way? Is this some leftover conscriptos? Yeah. Some leftover conscriptos. Juanitos conscriptos. Yep. Now he's just gonna sort of defend around here. Yep. Alright, so we got about 8 escopeteros. The thing that makes the escopeteros better than crossbowmen is the fact that they have like a splash attack of 1 that can actually be upgraded with the arsenal with a tech called buckshot to basically do 2 splash, so they can really hit a large swath of units, basically forcing Kapi into a stagger mode there, just about to avoid taking a lot of damage, just about. Oh, nice, nice. Picking up reefage, actually, before he even gets to the 8 skirmishers. Very yummy. Lots of Oktoberfest, soft pretzels, and bratwurst, and sauerkraut. Jawohl. Should be very yummy in your tummy. Ooh, the red coat. Kevin Rodriguez, you're serious? Cap is one of the best players right now, as good as Jeff and Alucard. That's exactly right, Redcoat. That's exactly right. Stick up for the Kapi. Kapi is the Kapi of Wars of Liberty. The Kapi. Yeah. Kapi, yeah, I mean, he's got a pretty good score with, he does really well with Germany, like you see here. He does well with Japan. He does well with, Austria-Hungary. He does well with Mexico. He does well with British. He's got a number of civs he knows pretty well. You know what I mean? And not all just vanilla civ, like Austria-Hungary, Mexico, Koreans. So he can play different civs, you know? Isn't just locked into playing with the vanilla civ. You can't even really call Germany a vanilla civ, because they kind of are like a British hybrid civ with like group factories and all that. Don't even have Uans anymore. They literally just get this like 1 shipment of them now, the West Prussian Uans, really. So yeah, now you got about 5 Gileses from the stable, and could strip some more in as well if he wants to. I think that Gileses just completely cooks it for him, really. Then these Uans, of course, are gonna be doing like 44 hand attack, which even for these muskets, you know, these conscript here are going to be doing quite a bit of damage. Oh, big time. Yeah, really big.
Ja. Auftrag. Verstanden. In den Kampf.
Yep, looks like a clean sweep for Kapi. Kapi will be winning this 3-2. 3-2. probably Capi's toughest battle yet, I think, you know? 3-2. 3-2. Kazan truly is a very strong opponent for Kapi. It would be good to see some Liga action, you know? Kapi was talking to me that we're thinking of doing another Liga again. But we need one, I think we need like one more player committed to it. You know, right now they got me, Kapi, Jeff, Kazan, and I think some other people. But we need more. We need more Juanitos to join so we can do a full Liga. Like in the style of Chorizo, but a little bit better. Yeah. Would be really neat to get set up, really. Wonderful. Go ahead and set up there. Resource gathered. Shipments. Wonderful. Good one. So now that we've done the Kazan versus Kapi series, we got about 2 more games to do. A 2 versus 2 and a 1 versus 1. So we'll just boot those up right now. Get into those. So let's see here. Let's see. Recorded games. What's it called? Americans and Chileans versus Argentines and British. Medal 69 tries his nation. Wait a minute. So who is Medal? What nation is he from? Is he Chilean or is he Argentine? Which one? Yep, Medal 69. This one. Okay, so we got Kapi and Metal teamed up against Kazan and Akimoran. Alright, this should be interesting. You know, I don't know how strong Akimoran is, you know. I just saw him today on that 3 versus 2 at the start of the stream. And it felt like he was getting teamed on by both Jesus Cristo and Kapi because the other two couldn't get their bonito tacos down there quick enough to defend. So, I mean, maybe he's a stronger player, you know. Map appears to be Arizona, noted by this little canyon here. Not the Great Canyon, but a canyon nonetheless. And you got some nice Apache and Navajo natives here, just about, to fit the theme of it. So what we got here? We got Kazan with USA, and we got who is this kid? Chileans. Yep. So looks like Metal is from Argentina. Juanito Argentino. Juanito Argentino. Yeah. So this would be a pretty interesting matchup, actually. British with Argentines. It sounds like an actually very brutal combination. Because what can happen is British can go full red coat, and then you can synergize with early Escoltas as Argentines. Or what you can do actually is, here's what you can do as Argentina. You can get early Cudeses, which is a great card. Team early Cudeses. And it will give British access in age 2 to the Household Blues, and British can just go Household Blue attack in age 2. Really strong play. I don't think I've ever seen before. Like, I've never had someone deliver Team early Cudeses and for me to go Household Blues in age 2. It's definitely something worth trying, you know? Maybe even in this case. Yeah. I guess the only thing I would be concerned about, though, is, Chile massing up on the frontier cav. That's about it, though. Yeah. Because, see, Chile can mass up some pretty good frontier cav. Since those are not only dragoons, but they're dragoons with anti-native multipliers, so they're pretty versatile. So, I mean, I definitely would want to be careful of that if I went for full assault. But against USA, what's the going Texas Rangers, man, or Mounted Riflemen? Not too much you have to worry about there. We'll have to see the decks once they come out. Are they like the decks we're used to with these players or not really? This is Kazan here. No decks yet. We'll probably see him in a matter of seconds, just about. Oh, the red coat. Oh, wow. Very good must micro right there. Melee to Escopeteros, range to conscript. Yeah, that's something really cool, you know. If you can micro your muskets well, you know that the bayonet attack is better against the skirms than the range attack because the bayonet penetrates their armor bearer. So that was a really good play by Kapi there. Really was. And then one of Cap's strengths are these scary timings with his armies, to be honest. Yes, that is absolutely right. That's one of the things that makes Kapi very dangerous is he comes in at times when you least want him there in the match. Like, not only is he good with macro and micro, he just has great timing attacks. I notice that a lot when I'm playing him in 1v1, whether it's with Paraguay or British or whatever build I'm trying to do, Kapi is there at the worst possible time, ready to strike. It's like he's good with his scouting and he just knows, alright, now's when I want to do my damage. And he just gets it right every time. Every time, literally. He's just so good at it, just about. Now we got Argentina here. What is Argentina doing? So he's playing... Alright. He's got this. That's a must. This is a must. This is a must. So he's got the essentials. He does have estancias to get some horse grenadiers. He's got costumbrismo. This is basically covered wagons for Juanito civs, but it actually allows wagons to move faster and build quicker too, making them much more survivable in that sense. Sneezy. Sneezy. Yep. In terms of unit shipments, he does have the Choiquieros here, which is a mounted skirm that comes in with an added anti-multiplier against natives. Does have units. Well, he's got a pretty good setup here for unit shipments, I think. Yeah, I mean, all you really need for Argentine Eco is Butchers, Solideros, and Semilones. That's about it. That's all you need. Kapi is running his everyday British deck, it looks like. Just about. Yep. And what else do we got here? We got Kazan running R1 with Benjamin Franklin. So he's getting the Union. He's getting Leathernecks. And Akimoran is going up with the German immigrants. Getting Tria Yagua Suelta as card number 2. That's a great choice because we mentioned this at the start today. This card is really good because not only does it give you a free mill, but it lets you start training horses at that mill that can act as villagers. Yeah, really powerful because it basically gives you a bit of a period where you're booming really effectively, and those horses just gather quite well from that mill resource. So you could have your other villagers focus on other things, which is pretty cool. Yeah. The thing that makes these Chilean villagers really spicy is the fact that they got some interesting properties behind their economic value. So every time you research a technology as the Chileans, an economic technology that benefits these villagers, these ones here, the Rotos, not only, well, there's a positive effect and a negative effect. The positive effect is gather rate upgrades like hunting dogs, your placer mines, gang saw, your mill and plantation upgrades has an improved gather rate over them compared to other villagers. So, you know how like sustainable agriculture is normally like a 15% improvement to food? Well, for these guys, it's closer to like 20% or maybe even 25%. It's a lot bigger. So you really notice a huge difference with the Chilean villagers. But at the same time, when you research those technologies, whether from the home city or the buildings, as a trade-off, while your villagers gather far stronger from that resource with the tech, it also adds a similar cost to the villagers. So let's say you research Royal Mint and the villagers gather bear from coin. This means the villagers will now incur a cost of 3 or so coin to train now. Likewise, if we research gang saw, excessive exotic hardwoods, virgin forests, carpentry, anything like that, the villagers will cost some extra wood now. So what starts out as like a 100 cost villager, eventually towards the end of the game starts costing like 200 food, 50 wood, 75 coin. It gets expensive, you know, to research these so many techs for these villagers. So your hope is that these villagers won't die, and you will keep them actually protected, because if you can, they're some of the best villagers. They are the best villagers in the game, but if they die, then they become your worst nightmare. The only thing that stays pretty consistent is the horses. The horses, you know, don't get more expensive when you research techs. They sort of just mellow out at like 80 food. But you can only have about 10 of these horses, so it's not a huge proportion of your economy, just a little portion of it, just about. I remember the old days. Didn't you used to be able to get like 20 horses back in the pre-lamb rework days, I thought? Yeah, I thought so. Back in the old days, we could have 20 of these wonderful young stallions here to do your agricultural work for you, really. Yeah. And then, alright, so what's going on here in terms of grand strategy? So Marines are attacking British, and Argentina is defending with Infernales. This is a pretty cool unit here. So these are not hussars by any chance. These are actually a mounted pikemen. Yeah, a mounted pikemen. Yeah, these are a mounted pikemen right here. So if you look at it, notice how it has a multiplier against cavalry. Yeah, so these guys are meant to use against cavalry, but they can be used against skirmishers and artillery like most hand cav can as well. It's just that their damage is not going to be a lot. It's going to be comparable to a Cossack, but which is okay because it's also a one-pop cav just like a Cossack is. So, yeah. It also has hand armor instead of pierce armor because it's good for taking out hussars with and cuirasses, making it almost, yeah, like a mounted pikeman. But the thing is though it is like a mounted pikeman, skirms will not have multipliers against them since they're on a horse. The only things that deal multipliers against these guys is anything that has an anti-cav multiplier. Because note how it only has the shock tag. Only the shock tag. Doesn't even have a scout tag, assault tag, maneuver tag, any of that. So skirms, musketeers with their bayonets, really doesn't do any bonus damage against them. And that's why we see the malice here against heavy infantry. Because in the old days, you'd be able to just stack Infernales against musketeers, and there was really nothing they could do to stop the spam. But now, because they're only dealing 10 damage per hit against a musketeer instead of 20, it really discourages you from charging muskets with them, even though, you know, they're not doing any multiplier damage against them. Naturally, the muskets will win out because of their ranged attack. And the fact that these Infernales don't have any sort of pierce armor. If they had pierce armor, that'd be a different story. Yeah, just about. And these sort of Infernale type cav have been with the Argentina Civ for years, just about. They used to be called the Montoneros, and then the Montoneros got removed in favor of these Infernales that serve the same purpose, but now with, you know, much more colorful red uniforms and lances now, just about. So USA is coming in again with some Leatherneck Marines. Pretty closely related to the troop I do on Marines we saw earlier today, except these guys, you know, they're tankier. They're definitely tankier, but they don't have as much damage. You know, in certain situations they're going to do better because of their more HP, but where HP doesn't matter too much, not the best unit, really. Yeah. I just would like to know what Chile is doing right now, because it feels like we got two players here that aren't coordinating very well. You got one on the attack, and you got one that's not really doing a whole lot combat-wise. And when this sort of thing happens in the team, the cohesion of the team just falls apart, because one player burns through all their resources, and they force a retreat pretty much. Whereas the other player, if they're not really great at eco, not really good, again, a big score, definitely kills the entire team, really. Yeah. Takes them out of the entire situation, basically. Yeah, just about. Yeah. So now we got about 770 coin. Argentina does not use normal coin crates, they use silver coin, which, you know, contains about 10 extra coin in there, pretty much. Yep. Infernales are attacking. Alright, and looks like these green jackets gonna make a move on to these Leathernecks here. Alright, so green jackets will come up here and make a move onto the Leathernecks, just about. Alright, yep, gonna have to retreat from that site and just go back to the home at this point. What does he got? Does he have, like... Yeah, so these are all vills, alright. What's Chile even doing here? Chile is still in age, 2, queuing in some Cívicos, Batallón Cívico. Now these guys, these are technically musketeers, but they have some weird properties to them. It makes them not feel like musketeers sometimes. So what they can do is, one thing you'll notice is they have the same multipliers against cavalry as pikemen do. So 5x against scout, 5x against maneuver, and about 3.30x against assault. But they can go into a Chuplica Diablo mode, where they drink some Juanito stuff, and they pull out their swords, and they go into super fast mode. They run fast, and all their anti-cav multipliers get replaced with a multiplayer of 2x against infantry. So not only can these Cívicos be good against cavalry, but in some maneuvers they can be good against infantry. Yeah. And I believe their hand attack also goes up somewhat when they're in the Chuplica Diablo mode as well. So it's an slightly increased hand attack with multipliers against infantry instead of cavalry. Alright, so it makes a big difference actually, because it means Cívicos can be used for multiple things, really. Whether that be in taking out cavalry or infantry. Depending on what mode they're in, of course. Yeah, and I guess sometimes the Chuplica mode can be good against artillery in enough mass, but it's still not pretty recommended because they are infantry, so if you don't get lucky with the RNG, with the projectile and all that, they can actually get sprayed down pretty well. So you have to be very careful of that, indeed. And it looks like Chile is researching text now, so we'll just look at the resource. Yeah, look, 6 wood. A villager costs 6 wood. Ooh, 6 wood. That's scary, yeah. And notice as soon as the stonewashing, this mining tech comes in, you will see a coin cost. Also, coin cost applied to the unit as well. Yeah, so right here. Right there, yep. 6 wood, 6 coin. Just about, yep. Now, what's going on over here? Looks like Kazan just completely got burned through all of his stuff, going for that attack all on his own there. You know. Chile should have been the bigger Juanito Bonito and sent his support there. But unfortunately, because he's not, now he has to play superhero and save the day for Kazan, basically. He has to pretend that Kazan is his Juanita muy bonita. He has to save the Juanita muy bonita from danger. From the gringo malo of some kind. Yeah. So we'll see, though. We'll see if it turns out that way. Yep, and then, see here. So we got some battalions vehicles here. Just about. Wonderful. Yeah.
I'm ready. Yes?
About 5 like Cavi. Alright, like Cavi, that's alright.
I'm ready.
I mean, my only concern is you got an Argentina that's clearly doing Infernales, so I mean, is really like Cav really the thing you want to do there exactly, you know?
Yes?
He doesn't even have these upgraded to privates yet. You should get these up to private and eventually get them up to specialists.
I'm ready.
Because, yeah, apparently, if you haven't played USA before, what makes them the USA is they have extra technologies. Yeah, so instead of, like, Veteran Guard Imperial, for USA military units, it's literally, you know, like the actual military. You go from, like, start as nothing, then you're a private, then you're a specialist, then you're a corporal, then you're a sergeant, and then out of the blue, you're no longer enlisted. You somehow become a commissioned officer and end up as a lieutenant, which makes no sense to me at all, because it's technically not the way how the U.S. military works. I thought, you know, the best you can become if you're enlisted is basically become a sergeant. And if you're on the officer side, yeah, you're basically a lieutenant, basically, like a first lieutenant or a second one if you're in the Army or something. So the whole thing of going from enlisted to commissioned officer makes no sense to me, but I suppose it could happen in some cases. Yeah, I suppose. You know, it's just not common.
I'm ready.
Yep, going up with private there.
Yes?
Going right for the civilians. That's total war crime there. Now they can get away. Interesting, like, matchup there. It just shows you the complex relationship between Assault and Scout. Scout technically does more damage than Assault usually, but Assault has more HP on average and hand armor, so it really just comes down to numbers usually. Like, if Assault is really outnumbered, Scout can win, but on like equal numbers, Assault usually beats out Scout typically, just because of their pure beefy stats and tanking stuff. Yeah, unless of course it's U1s, and that becomes a whole different situation basically, depending on how many hits they can get in, just about. Yeah. Gets a bit complex as time goes on with that. Cavalry going up to specialists, that's right. Like 2 of these upgrades, specialist and lieutenant, could be considered like sub upgrades. They're not as strong, they don't scale as much as the other ones. Like specialist is only a no, private actually. Private and lieutenant. Private's only a 5% upgrade, and lieutenant is only a 15% upgrade, I believe. So, at the end of the game, USA military units gain about 20% additional upgrades. It's like an extra veteran upgrade, so it's not huge. Like in the old days of USA, they used to scale bigger and bigger. So, specialist was like a veteran upgrade. No, private was like a real veteran upgrade, and then specialist was like 30% or 25%, and then sergeant was like 50%, and then lieutenant was like 75%, and the USA units were like, it was like the US military, like literally like super godlike stats, and it just totally broke the game. Like, USA would either get burned out at the start of the game because of how bad their start is, normal villager cards, or they would cook you in like Treaty or in FFA or something, where they had time to grow their resources and really expand those units at their full potential, just about. Yeah. Alright, so we got Redcoats here coming in against Chile. Nice attack there. Where is Kazan? Kazan's right here, working with the mine there, the copper mine, alongside his ally. Here comes the riflemen are going to be great here because unlike normal musketeers, riflemen have range multipliers against the assault class. So these actually do extra multipliers against the Skoltas. So Skoltas are probably going to get melted here. Just wait and see. If they shoot at them, of course, that is. Like this. Because of the targeting, they're not going to be able to hit those ones, I think, and they're going to have to retreat. Texas Rangers coming in now. These are pretty strong. So instead of range multipliers against artillery, they get range multipliers against heavy infantry. So they're almost like a hybrid between skirmisher and dragoon. That's the way you gotta think of them. But in their melee attack, which is interesting, they do get multipliers against artillery still. So, yeah, it's an interesting situation to say the least, really. They technically have multipliers against every unit in the game except for skirmishers and ships. So, yeah, and they got some weird hybrid stats, so I'll definitely say that. The two Whitworths in the base also helping out quite a bit. Try to pick off some of these infantry just about. Do that. Got some Argentine cavalry going up there. Ooh, Horse Grenadiers. These are a cool unit. You don't see these every day. These are a pretty fun unit. So, what these guys do is they have a charge attack where they throw a grenade and then they engage in melee with their sabers. So think of them like hussars, but with bombs. Yeah, hussars with bombs. They throw their grenade at you in your face with the splash and the anti-infantry multiplier, and then they pull the saber out and turn into a hussar, really. Yeah, pretty fun unit, you know. One of the more interesting concepts of Wars of Liberty. But they do appear in Definitive Edition, you know, too, as the name Horse Granaderos, basically. Here they're called Granadero Caballos, as their more formal Espanol name, just about. Because, believe it or not, back in the old days of AoE 3 modding, both War of the Triple Alliance or Wars of Liberty had Horse Grenadiers, as well as the Napoleonic era. The big difference is the Horse Grenadiers in Napoleonic era were based out of Germany from the state of Württemberg, basically, where they would be throwing their bombs on top of horseback, whereas Wars of Liberty and War of the Triple Alliance had Horse Grenadiers be like actual grenadiers, good against infantry and stuff, with heavy infantry multipliers. As years went on, the mounted Argentine Grenadiers would get multipliers against infantry, and then eventually they basically re-engineered it into a unit like this that uses the grenade throw as a charge attack instead of a straight up normal attack, just about. Yeah. Looks like they're gonna have to retreat there and then they have to go back in again. Got some units there, it looks like. Alright. It's the final countdown, I guess. I just noticed these rockets. These things are going to be absolutely fatal once they go into a barrage. Absolutely fatal. Absolutely fatal. Fort Laramie. Yeah, Fort Laramie will be concrete pile Laramie very soon because these rockets. Rocket Man. Yeah, British firing a bunch of rockets. It's literally just Elton John shooting his rocket at him. It's the boat. Horse grenadiers. Yep. Nice, nice, nice. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Wonderful, wonderful. Yep. So what we got here? Kapi being the Kapi. Meadow was probably second place, I would say, in this match. But yeah, definitely need more team cohesion where Chile comes to help out USA a bit sooner there. Maybe they could have had a bit of some more substantial push, I would say. Most definitely, yeah. I think that's where it sort of went wrong there for a while. Just was reading my Discord trying to find the find the net final recording file name. Oh, it looks like AOE3 is frozen, so I'm gonna have to use my task manager to shut this thing down, man. Let me see. Get that going. This is why I love task manager. It's just great for shutting down AOE3 when it decides to stop behaving. Like that. Bada bing, bada boom. It is done. Now we can reboot again. So yeah. Yeah, so what I was saying is I was going to find the last recording. I think it's called War of 1812. In the Discord, somebody sent me a DM and they said, that video I did of the SDS racing in Age of Empires 2, they said I could actually post my video on their server and hang out there. So that's pretty cool, you know. Did anybody here watch my Definitive Edition game I did, I think 2 days ago for SDS Racing? Yeah, it's such a cool map because it's like it's a racing game. It's, you know how there's like racing maps in AoE 2 as part of a scenario where you have to get from point A to point B quicker than everyone else. Now, instead of it being one giant race, this has multiple like mini game like race scenarios you have to do. They get increasingly harder over time, and everybody gets a scoreboard, and depending on what place they come in every race, it gets added to the scoreboard. And I think if the race, well, here's how the rules work basically. If you do well in if nobody reaches the end of the race, the mini race, the game will keep going like forever. But as soon as one player gets to the finish line, and depending on what the race is, it could take like 30, 40 minutes. No, I'm not kidding. Like the last mini game race they had, that thing was actually brutally difficult. Like, it was like I wasn't thinking too seriously of it. Like, oh, I got to do this. Like, if I really got my heart into it too much, I probably would. You'd probably like raise your blood pressure through the roof even trying to think about it because it's just so hard to do for multiple reasons. But yeah. So basically, one person gets to the end of the race, then a countdown starts, right? And then as the countdown is going on, if you don't get to the end of the race by the countdown, once that countdown clock gets going, you don't get any points. And that could be multiple players too. So just because a player gets into first place doesn't mean there has to be a second place, third place, fourth place, and so forth. You can only get another place if you actually make it to the end of the race in that countdown after the first player makes it. So it's totally possible to have one player that really knows the races really well and basically gets to the end of the race, and if none of the other players can figure it out, they'll actually reach the end of the game with like 0 score, whereas that guy has like first place has like 1 billion score. But at the same time, it's like possible that they do know how to do the race, just not as fast, and then instead of just straight up zeros, they will have varying scores of like 10, 20, 30, 42, depending on which races they're good at, basically. And there was all sorts of cool races. There was one that was just like a normal running one at the start where they had they had 2 different types of obstacles. They had like these meteor obstacles, like these craters that make you run slower if you try to run through them, and then they had these snow obstacles that if you touch them, you go back like 3 spaces, basically. So the goal is try to avoid the craters, try to avoid the snow. Whereas the crates are sort of finite and they stay in the same place, the snow would move to different tiles every few seconds in like a pattern. So if you're not careful, you could sit there and, basically sit there for a while and not do well in the race. But that was a pretty easy race that anybody could do just about. If nobody could do that race, that was like a done deal. You were probably not getting any points at all for that whole thing. Yeah, and from there it gets scarier and scarier, right? Because there's like a race where you have to go through these huge square corridors where you get caravels that shoot like machine gun speed level bolts out of them. Because as you know, the caravel in not in AoE 3, the one in AoE 2 is like a scorpion. It shoots bolts out of it instead of cannonballs, and it just went pew, 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 like literally rapid fire bolts. And what you had to do is you had to avoid the caravel's shot patterns, because the caravels wouldn't target you. They would spin around the room and shoot bolts out in whatever direction they were facing in, right? But then the smoke would come up, and then the caravel would turn around the other direction and start firing bolts into that direction. And the only thing protecting you was either distance or, I think, gold mines that were placed to store walls could also stop the bolts as well. So you had to pick the right paths that were the most optimal to get around them. And if you failed, you'd obviously just end up at the start of the track once again, have to do it all over again. As in not all the previous races, but that particular race all over again. But there were some exceptions, like some of the races had checkpoints on them, where you could, if you make it to the checkpoint, you obviously don't have to go back to the whole thing all over again, but that wasn't always the case. Some of the races were set up in such a way that even the ones with checkpoints, if a certain goal wasn't met in a certain amount of time, you'd get kicked back to the start of the race again, and it was, yeah. The race that was the most godlike, horrible one at the end it was these like little squares that you had to get through, but they had fire, right? And you had a camel. And you had to get through the fire. Now, the fire is pretty painful, right? And your unit would die in about, I think 3 burns of that fire would outright kill them. So you had to be pretty quick, but not too quick. The problem is that whenever players tried to move together towards the safety area where the fire wasn't, the big stinky camels would have their big stinky camel butts in each other's way and the pathing, and the person behind would end up getting stuck into the fire, whereas the one in the front would be okay. So we ended up inevitably getting each other cooked time and time again. But it gets better. There's like little smoke signals that would come up again, and then as soon as those come, these big obelisks would just spawn at random points in the squares and completely block your path, making it much more likely you were going to get cooked. So in that one, there were checkpoints, but it was not consistent, which made it obnoxious. Like in the first section, you know, you would have to go through one square, but then there'd be a safety area, but that would not be a checkpoint. So if you died on the second square, you'd have to do both of them again. And then the last stretch is like 4 squares. You have to do at the same time. So if you can't do all 4 of those, then I think the speeds would get faster and more variability. You just wouldn't make it out of the race, basically. Yeah. It's a very interesting scenario. Very interesting scenario, just about. Yeah. Huh. Big time. Yeah. Oh, what's going on here in the chat? I see some stuff here. Kevin Rodriguez was a joke because I see Cap on the chat. I think we start playing at similar times. In reality, with Alucard, we start before Cap on Game Ranger, the red coat. Is more, I just realized this is my game. 69 Metal 69. Oh, cool. So you're 69 Metal. You play well. Good Argentina. Thank you, mate, but I feel like a slow player. I was like a year without playing. I lose a piece of finger on my left hand at the beginning of the year, so I feel more slow. Holy, what happened? Yeah, what happened, Metal? How did you lose a finger? What were you doing? What were you doing to lose a finger, Juanito Argentino? Did you come on to the Juanita Bonita too strong and did she bite your finger off? Yeah, that can happen with Juanitas Bonitas. You might want a Juanita Bonita real badly, but if you do the wrong thing, they will bite your finger off. Because that's the way Juanitas Bonitas operate. They will bite your finger off. Like, yeah, you Juanito, I don't want that. I'm gonna bite your sweater off. And that's what happens, basically. That's exactly the way it goes down. Yeah, pretty much. Okay. Now, getting back to this match. Looks like we got Louisiana Tigers being used against Kapi this time. This has me pretty interested. My interest is very piqued by this. Mainly because Louisiana Tigers will offer a very different challenge for Kapi than he's normally used to. Because, believe it or not, these are not musketeers and these are not skirmishers. These are actually, surprise, assault units. Look, assault. It's an actual cavalry unit. So, you know how at the beginning of the game, beginning of the stream, we were looking at the banner cavalry with China? Now, these are basically just those, but dismounted. Yeah, these are dismounted banner cavalry, really. So, they are classed in as assault units. So, they are really good against infantry. But they're really bad against dragoons. Like, dragoons could actually cook these guys if they wanted to. And that might be why Kapi's going to age 3. Because what he could do is, he could get a stable, and instead of getting Household Blues, he could actually get the Scots Greys and get their straight swords out. Because what the Scots Greys have is, well, the Scots Greys are also the British Dragoon. But unlike other Dragoons, they use straight swords and melee, which means they'll actually deal splash attack and damage multiple tigers at the same time and just completely cook them. Not even kidding, you know. Like, that'd be the perfect way to deal with these things right now. But he doesn't have cards for that. He doesn't have a lot of good infinite shipments for the Scots Greys in his deck, so he's going to go with the Household Blues instead as an alternative, which, you know, is probably your next best option. Is going to get the veteran upgrade on the redcoats, but problem is the redcoats are just not going to suffice. Yeah. Oh yeah, by the way, since this is a Kazan versus Cap game, maybe this could be considered game 6 of the best out of 6 series between Kapi and Kazan. So we'll see. We'll see if Kazan can actually tie it. You know, if he can tie him here, that'd be pretty cool. It would show you that Kazan and Kapi are on more of a level playing field, really. Using these household blues to pursue the tigers is kind of an interesting idea. Well, the thing is these guys no longer have splash attack, so they're really just damaging one tiger at a time now. So he really should be backing up trying to... Why is he going into melee? Dude, don't go into melee. Just use your range attack, man. You'll deal more damage with kiting and range. Yeah, he just figured that out, too. Why you should be doing that. Well, hey, he is doing somewhat good damage here. I mean, I will say that. He's doing somewhat good damage here. I will admit that. He's getting the private upgrade up on these tigers right now. Question is, what do you do? Do you go like age 3, try to get the specialist upgrade on, or do you just keep trying to pop him out in age 2? Well, because of how far away he is from shipment number, what shipment would he be on? Shipment number 4. Right, number 4. And he should get this, by the way, because this is another upgrade for the Louisiana Tigers. If he's going to stick it, he might as well just stick it out in age 2 for now. And just get that card, I think. That's a pretty reasonable upgrade. And then he can focus on getting specialists later for him, which would be the real veteran upgrade. So yeah, I think that's what he should do. Anything just to keep him ahead of Kapi's numbers, because if he can't stay ahead of his military numbers, it could end pretty badly there. Just about. Quite bad, actually. Alright, so going into melee again for whatever reason. I still don't get the credentials of going into melee here. Because, you know, I get that their assault and melee is normally the way you want to use assault units, but they're just, these ones are just much better with their range attack, honestly. That's truthfully the best use of them, really, here. I like how he's using his Explorer too here, Sir Cap, to basically tank some of these bullets that would normally be going into the redcoats. Yeah, I think that's generally a pretty good tactic. Going with the Patriot Combat now. Patriot Combat. It's basically, well, 50% stats is pretty good. Could put them up to almost like 20 range, I believe, or 19 range attack, which would be a pretty good boost for him. Get him closer to where he wants to with that. Problem is now he's getting outnumbered by the British units, so he really needs to play this very carefully. How he handles this here, just about, yeah. Yep, gotta handle this very carefully overall. So, yep, these are being cleaned up right here. Alright. So what do you do now as Kaza? Does he have his coin yet? Well, he should be able to get the coin very soon. The problem is can he get it in enough time? Right now, he's kind of just forced to do mining right now. Barrack should give him enough XP to get him over the edge, over the hedge, I think, to get the coin crate that he's looking for there. At least I think so. Yeah. Hopefully he can get him. Hopefully he can get him. I'd definitely help him out quite a bit there, honestly. Big time. Yeah, 1Q is not going to be good. We'll try to get some of these towers going, though. Some of these frontier outposts. Alright, so Minutemen are out. He's going to try to defend as best as he can in this. Now, this is the area you don't want to be in, because now one of these towers can be... This one makes it, this one makes it pretty miraculous, actually, because I think 1 or 2 more hits from the Redcoats would have disassembled both of these here, pretty much. And we will see what's going on Kapi's side. Kapi is getting the steel traps now, and queuing up some more Redcoats. Question is, does he go rockets at some point, or does he keep this game up with the Redcoats going for now? Probably could just finish him off with the Redcoats, I think. Yeah. Alright, so the barracks is down, so I think he can actually finish this off, but I think he's going to need some more numbers now. So I think he is going to just go back, get the rockets, and come back with them. Because the rockets will be substantial siege. It can actually break through these tigers. Because the problem with being a dismounted assault unit is you don't get the same HP privileges as a mounted assault unit does, like the Escolta or the Cuirassier or the Household Blue, just about. These dismounted ones are going to have less HP and thus be easier to target down with a couple of heavy artillery units that might not necessarily have a malice against Cav, potentially. Yeah. So, what is Kazan going to H3, or where is he at? So, he hasn't even sent the coin yet because he was just getting these frontier defenses up. Wow, he's even too petrified to go for the coin just yet. He's just getting more towers. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that problem. You know, I mean, I'd totally feel that concerned as well. And I'd also be thinking, where do I go from here? Do you just go to... Because I think probably the path he's going to go down, knowing Kapi's preferred comp, is probably to go with the Texas Rangers. Because they deal range multipliers against the Household Blues, and they deal range multipliers against the Redcoats. So I think that's probably going to be the route he's going to go down here. If experience serves me right. So yeah, that mine's about done, which means, yeah, you're going to need these towers to maybe protect this mine. And probably this mine, because, you know, these are really... Yeah, I think you should have put one here, one up here. Because you really should have 2 towers in each spot. But having at least one tower to defend is basically needed to garrison these villagers into the tower and get a bit of protection just about. Yeah. Alright, so barracks is coming up. And towers are almost ready to be fully constructed, it looks like. Yeah. Alright, so what's going on here? We got, oh, he's got his general there. Which general did he get? He got, General Thomas Picton. So, basically what this general does is he basically, boosts up all these Redcoat stats, and then the general also gets some sort of, I would say, boosters. Like, he's got like a trumpet that basically improves the attack of the Redcoats. He has a field promotion ability that increases the HP of the Redcoats, and then he has a marching one that keeps the Redcoats moving faster. And really what you do there is basically use the general as a purely support unit. He is not the same as the daimyo because he cannot actually attack units. He's kind of like a general that really just sits in the back of the army and boosts everybody else up like a real general. Whereas, you know, the daimyos, of course, from Japan, they'll actually take their katana out and start slashing. Yeah, it's really like this sword here that the general holds onto is purely for ceremonial purposes at this point. Like, He may as well just not have a cavalry saber at all. He may as well just sit there with literally nothing, ordering around these redcoats to do all the sieging for him. Yeah. But it looks like Kazan was doing a good job sniping him. You know, he might be able to take him out at some point. Yeah. It's interesting how they give him an assault tag, because this means Dragoons can actually snipe him. You know, he can snipe him with the Texas Rangers, like, really easily. Especially if he's down to, like, 10 HP. I think even a mosquito could probably take him out at this point. Yeah, just like a little bee or a mosquito stinging him on his white horse's tail would probably just take him out here, maybe. Yeah. So now we see Louisiana Tigers trying to engage with some sort of a skirmish here. I'm assuming, yeah, Kapi's going to age 4 now, so he's going to get these up to guard Redcoat and probably start supporting with the rocket shipments. I think once it gets to that point, Kazan's going to make some hard choices of how he's going to defend here, because he's going to have to get some large stacks of the Texas Rangers to get through the Redcoat rebel. Yeah, and then start going into melee with the rockets. It's the only way I see this working, really. I don't think there's really much else he can do about that, just about, you know? So has to basically get this set up pretty quickly there.
Aye, sir.
Neat. Get that going. Let's see. General is leading the way there.
What needs doing?
Royal Mint. That'll help with the... I would have just gone the rockets now and just saved yourself the time there, I think. There's really no reason to worry about your coin eco. You got a full mine working there, basically. It doesn't really matter what you do, you're going to get the guard redcoats no matter what. Just get those rockets down. You know, rockets is how you siege your way in. You know, again the guard redcoat upgrade is pretty elementary at this point, I would say. Compared to everything else. Yeah. Just a little bit. Oh, Kevin. Oh, metal. He said, a little accident on the factory. A tiny plate of metal fall on us while we was moving it, and it hit 2 of my fingers. Oh, that sounds like it really hurts, man. Yeah. So what happened with the metal? Was it like a sharp piece of metal that you were dealing with in the factory that the shards broke off and sliced into your fingers? Like, how does that happen exactly? Because normally what I learned, because I used to, you know, go to school and stuff, right? We had like a shop class where you learned how to use different tools to basically cut different pieces of wood, right? So we used to have the teacher basically teach people, you know, if you do this the wrong way, you're going to chip off the front of your thumb, the front of your pinky, you know, any of your fingers basically. He said he had students over the years in his classes that would literally have all their large sections of their fingers like chopped off. Most of the time they could get it back on at the nearby hospital, but sometimes they couldn't, you know, and depending on how deep it was, they couldn't get it back. Like, one person practically took off like a quarter of their finger or something, like the whole nail and everything. So yeah, I didn't know like a piece of fallen metal could, you know, sever part of your finger as well, you know. Was it like did it cut a big piece off, or was it like a little bit of the skin at the end of it? Yeah, kind of curious. Yeah, and Kevin Arcade here. To me, the biggest mistake is training Marines and Louisiana Tigers in Age 2. Sometimes I think the militia has more damage than them. Yes, yes, yes. It really depends on your situation. You gotta consider that the militia is almost like a crossbowman, so it will be dealing about 25 damage against heavy infantry, and it will be dealing so much damage against dragoons. It also has more range because it is a skirmish unit, right? Whereas the Leatherneck is a skirmisher as well, but it's a naval skirmisher, so it's good against siege units and it's good against artillery. The Louisiana Tiger is not a skirmisher, so its range is not as good as a militia, but it's an assault unit, so yes, it is going to be more immune to things like artillery, as well as things like sawars, right? Like Nagis, sawars, mahouts, they're just going to tank damage longer from those things. He has hand armor, so if they are pursued by hussars or something, they're going to survive a bit better. Yeah, that's basically it, really. You know. Like, look right here, Louisiana Tigers are actually pretty good. Well, they're able to catch them off guard, they're able to do substantial damage to the redcoats. And because their multiplier is an all-in-through anti-infantry multiplier, they'll do just as much damage against the Minutemen and skirmishers and grenadiers as they will the redcoats. You know, and they'll even deal extra damage against anti-skirms, you know, that don't have the skirmish tag. So, yeah. You mainly want to use assault, mainly against heavy infantry, but in this case with the Tigers, they're just a versatile anti-infantry unit that deals with any infantry class relatively equally, I would say. But you do need numbers, and you do need to micro them like this. Like, that type of kiting is great, and it can lead to you even taking out big, beefy units like the Household Blues, but eventually, of course, they will attack you and snare you, so you do need to handle that well. Alright, so yep, this is a good micro here by Kazan. And does he have any res? He does, but he's not training anything, so it's kind of at the end of his rope for res, I think. Is Kapi about to get, like, rockets or whatever? Maybe? Nah, he's getting the Cardwell reforms. This basically allows you to train your rockets a bit, your redcoats a bit cheaper, just about. Yep. And yep, there they go. Okay, let's see if there's a final fight here of some kind. Yeah. Kapi takes the win with 4-2. Kapi wins 4-2 here in this 6-game sort of Kazan Kapi series that's taking place this whole stream. Yeah, very, very interesting. Very interesting indeed. Good skirmish there. Nice, nice, nice. Alright, GG. Last game of the night. Very nice. Good one too. I mean, Kazan definitely tried to change up his game a bit against Kapi's British, but yeah, he was able to survive that. Yep. Good match overall, I would say, you know. Big time, yeah. Good stuff. Very good stuff. So yeah, who enjoyed the stream today? Who enjoyed the stream? Was it fun? Do you like it? Yeah, I definitely liked it. Had some good games tonight too, you know. Yeah. I think every one of these streams we just have really good gameplays from whoever sends it, whether it's Kapi or Rommel or whoever sends them. They're always so good. So yeah, definitely if you haven't sent any record games to the Discord server, the Wars of Liberty multiplayer one, I would totally recommend you do that, because that way I'll be able to cast your games as well. And these streams can go on even longer. You know, we could do like a 10-hour stream, 11-hour stream, 12-hour stream, all based on how many recordings you give me, you know. Today the recordings went up to about, how long have I been streaming for? Since 5, so 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, almost 6 hours, you know, not bad. But yeah, definitely. If you got your games for me, I'll definitely do them for you. Yeah. Any games that were people's particular favorite tonight? Overall? Yeah. I mean, I like the Kazan versus Kapi series. That was really neat. I think that was the highlight of the night, honestly. Yeah. Most definitely, I would say. I mean, the Mel series was alright too, but I think Kazan was able to inflict some pretty big hits on Kapi for the most part. Yeah, but of course, Mel probably doing a pretty good... Mel, you definitely did a pretty good job there, considering you're only missing part of your finger now. So, yeah, I mean, you got like a physical problem, and you're still able to compete pretty well with Argentina, China, Korea. So, I mean, yeah, that's definitely a pretty impressive feat that I don't know why I could do. You know what I mean? If you can have any sort of injury to your hands and you can still perform at some good level, that's pretty great, you know. But, you know, it's kind of like me when I'm doing my matches. See, I don't use a mouse when I do AoE3. I use a mouse pad. I use the laptop trackpad to play AoE3. And I did that for forever because when I first got Age of Empires 3, I didn't have a table I could use with a mouse. And I didn't own a mouse, so I would just use the trackpad like I would use to play Flash games. And that's sort of the way I learned Age of Empires, is through the trackpad. So I feel very comfortable using a trackpad, and sometimes using a mouse feels almost a bit strange. But some situations, like in AoE 2, I will use a mouse with my trackpad to micro certain tasks. Yeah, in that case, it works pretty good. I also use a mouse now to play like more the combat-based games like Star Wars 2. When I'm doing HVV, I'll use a mouse, because there I feel like I can turn a lot better with my character, whether it's, you know, using a regular reinforcement or a hero or something. And definitely being able to control my mouse a lot better to do the blocking and striking with the lightsaber is always good. Yeah, definitely. So, yeah. Alright, well, we had a fun night tonight, but it's still Halloween, is it not? Like you got another hour of Halloween, so I guess Kevin, all of you, all the Juanitos, if you want to get dressed up and dress up as Juanitas Bonitas and go out for trick or treating, I guess you still got time, Dress up as Juanitas Bonitas and have the other Juanitos give you candy for it. I guess that's the way it works in Juanito land, right? You don't have to dress up as Superman or an alien or something. Just dress up as a Juanita Bonita and you'll get all the candy you could ever ask for. Yeah, just about. Yep. All right, so I guess this is the end of the stream. See you next week. We will be doing we'll be doing Definitive Edition again and Wars of Liberty. Yeah. Wish we could do another Asian Diocese ESO online stream, but unfortunately, it's gone forever, at least for now. So, yeah, it was great what we had. It rested its soul, let it sleep eternally in the memories of Age of Empires 3 multiplayer players for generations and centuries. Yeah. Alright, so see you next time. Signing off now. Juanitos Bonitos. Enjoy the rest of your Halloween.